Chapter 420. The Wrath of the Redbud Senior Ning? Quick, run. This guy is a half-dragon. The group of miserably fleeing people were the outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. The 7-star Do Wang who was running at the front recognized Ning Qi and hurriedly reminded him. Ha ha ha, where can you run to? Hurry up and hand over that thing. Otherwise, even if you escape back to the Cloud Rising sect, I will kill my way there, and ask your managing elder if a half-dragon like me can bully him as I please. Jing Yun laughed wildly. His voice was very deep, as if he was beating a drum. His Do Qi stirred the sound, turning it from formless to tangible. The guy who was running at the back was nearly shaken to the point that he fell from midair. Following this, Jing Yun's speed exploded as he threw a punch at one of them. If this punch landed, that guy would either die or be crippled. No, I don't want to die. Seeing that Jing Yun's fist was about to land on his head, Zhang Hao's face revealed extreme fear. Zhang Hao is dead for sure. Let's run. A few people instinctively stopped to take a look. Unable to bear it, they were about to run again. At this critical moment, Ning Qi did not hesitate to slash at Jing Yun. So close, yet worlds apart. First, a cold aura caused everyone's movements to slow down. Then, an incomparably violent wave of Do Qi attacked Jing Yun. Jing Yun's face revealed a trace of shock. He immediately withdrew his fist and dodged to the side, barely avoiding the onslaught of the wave of Do Qi. Zhang Hao's life was saved. He reacted quickly and flew behind Ning Qi, gasping for breath. Senior Ning, thank you for saving my life, Zhang Hao said with a face full of gratitude. Zhang Hao is not dead? Ning Qi saved him. How is this possible? That half-dragon is a Do Huang. The kings of fighting, who had been running away, all stopped and looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. You, who are you? Jing Yun looked at Ning Qi with fear. He had sensed danger from that strike just now. Out of instinct, he had dodged. However, seeing that Ning Qi's cultivation was only at the peak of the Do Wang class, he was a little doubtful. I am a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, the fear on Jing Yun's face disappeared, and he revealed a mocking smile. After sizing up Ning Qi, he said, You know who I am? Oh, you are? Ning Qi smiled. Jing Yun of the Redbud Dragon race. Jing Yun said proudly. The Cloud Rising sect was one of the sects ruled by the Redbud Dragon tribe. Hence, when he heard that Ning Qi was a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, he didn't think much of Ning Qi. He knew that after Ning Qi heard about his background, he would definitely apologize and admit his mistake. As for whether he would accept it or not, that would depend on his mood. Oh, so it's the Redbud Dragon clan. A faint smile appeared on Ning Qi's face, but he did not have the slightest intention of apologizing. This surprised Jing Yun. He said coldly, Are you afraid now? Get your fellow disciples to hand over my things, otherwise, I'll kill all of you today. He did not attack immediately because Ning Qi's previous attack had left a shadow in his heart. Before he was certain of Ning Qi's strength, he would not make a move. What did you take from him? Ning Qi looked at Zhang Hao curiously and asked. A trace of hesitation appeared on Zhang Hao's face. However, when he saw that his teammates were hiding far away and that he was about to die at Jing Yun's hands, they had no intention of saving him. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao made a decision in his heart and said, Senior Ning, we took an ancient Do weapon from him. Zhang Hao. The group of outer sect disciples clearly did not expect Zhang Hao to reveal this matter. Wouldn't it be fine if they refused to admit it even if they died? After revealing it, as long as the other party went to the Cloud Rising sect, the managing elder would definitely ask them to return the Do weapon based on the other party's identity. This way, their trip out this time would be a complete waste of effort. Ancient Do weapon Ning Qi smiled and looked at Jing Yun. He said, It's just a Do weapon. As a 3-star Do Huang, you still had your Do weapon stolen by them. Don't you feel ashamed? Damn it, they stole it while I was not around. Jing Yun was furious. A dough weapon should be carried on one's person. Who can you blame for not keeping it properly and it was stolen? Ning Qi laughed. Ha ha, in that case, you don't intend to return it to me? Do you know that I am from the Purple Bud Dragon tribe? Jing Yun laughed in his extreme anger. You are a mere half-dragon. How can you think of yourself as a member of the Purple Bud Dragon tribe? Do they really treat you as one of their own? Or as a slave? Servant? Cannon fodder? Ning Qi countered. Jing Yun's expression changed a few times. Finally, a wild killing intent was emitted from his body. Looks like your cloud-rising sect is very bold now. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Admit your wrongs and return the item to me. Then, I will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, I will capture all of you and let you live a life worse than death every day. Ning Qi didn't say anything and directly gave him a stab. Jing Yun abruptly dodged to the side. His face was green as he looked at Ning Qi. You actually dare to attack the Purple Bud Dragon tribe. The outer sect disciples were also shocked. They did not expect Ning Qi to take the initiative to attack. I am attacking your Purple Bud Dragon tribe. You are just a little interest. Ning Qi no longer teased the other party. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he attacked Jing Yun. Jing Yun's strength was that of a 3-star Do Huang. His actual combat strength was slightly higher, probably about the same as an ordinary 4-star Do Huang. However, under Ning Qi's attack, he did not even have the ability to retaliate. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, over 100 knife wounds had appeared on his body. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. What is going on? How can a peak Do Huang be so strong? What kind of knife technique is that? Senior Ning is actually this strong? Everyone was shocked. Stop. Jing Yun was slashed by Ning Qi again. When his HP dropped to an extremely dangerous level, he yelled. Ning Qi withdrew his knife and looked at him with a faint smile. What is it? Forget it. I don't want the Do weapon anymore. However, I will not let today's matter go so easily. Jing Yun's face was dark as he spoke. Once he finished speaking, he coldly swept his gaze over Ning Qi and the crowd before turning to leave. Suddenly, his body paused in midair. After which, he turned his head in disbelief and looked at Ning Qi. Before he finished speaking, his body was split into two and fell to the ground. Ning Qi sneered. If you say forget it, then forget it. What a joke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Do Huang half-dragon, Jing Yun. You have been awarded 130,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the betting gift package. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding. Because the host has killed the son of the Purple Bud Dragon tribe's leader, the system provides 30 days of protection. After 30 days, the host will face the wrath of the Purple Bud. If the host survives the Purple Bud Dragon tribe's pursuit for 100 days, the host will receive a reward after completing the mission. Chapter 421. An unexpected joy. The son of the Redbud Dragon tribe leader? What the hell? Ning Qi jumped in fright. Wasn't Jing Yun a half-dragon? His cultivation wasn't high and his talent was poor. How could he be the son of the Redbud Dragon tribe leader? Was the system joking with him? System, are you joking? Ning Qi asked. The system didn't answer. Ning, senior apprentice brother Ning killed that half-dragon? Heavens, if the Redbud Dragon tribe learns of this, none of us will be able to escape. Everyone's faces were ashen. Zhang Hao immediately flew towards Jing Yun's corpse. Ning Qi glanced at him, thinking that he wanted Jing Yun's cultivation resources. Instead, he saw Zhang Hao dig a deep pit and bury Jing Yun's corpse. Zhang Hao flew to Ning Qi's side and whispered, Senior brother Ning, I won't tell anyone about this. You better be careful during this time. If the Redbud Dragon tribe learns that you killed one of their clansmen, I'm afraid they won't let you off easily. And I understand. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He then looked at the others and said faintly, "What ancient battle weapon did you take from him that he would chase you all this way?" This group of outer sect disciples exchanged glances with one another. The leader, a 7-star Do Wang, hesitated for a moment before flying in front of Ning Chi. He took out an armor from his Qian Kuan ring and handed it to Ning Chi. "This is the ancient Do weapon. If Senior Ning does not mind, please accept it. If it were not for Senior Ning's help today, I'm afraid that we would have died in his hands." This is, Ning Chi looked at the armor, but a face appeared in his mind. It was Old Sun who had sold Ning Chi an ancient battle weapon at the Heavenly Wonders Market. It was from that time that Ning Chi had learned of the inferior grade Spirit Stone. As expected, Ning Chi found a piece of inferior grade Spirit Stone on the armor. The style of this armor was similar to the one Old Sun had sold. It was likely from the same batch. Thinking of this, Ning Chi hurriedly scanned his spatial bag and found that the jade slip Old Sun had given him was still there. Old Sun had said that as long as he went to the Heavenly Wonders Market and crushed it, he would be able to find him. "I'll accept this armor." Without hesitation, Ning Chi put the armor into his dimensional bag. That 7-star Do Wang was momentarily stunned. He had thought that Ning Chi would be courteous and then let them leave. It was unexpected that Ning Chi was so thick-skinned that he would really take away the ancient Do weapons that they had painstakingly stolen. 10 bottles of top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills for each of you. As he spoke, Ning Chi took out elixirs from his spatial bag and gave each of them 10 bottles. According to the calculation of 10 pills per bottle, each person would be able to obtain 100 pills. This was already a considerable amount of income. Even if they were to sell the ancient Do weapon and split it equally, it would not be much. They, who were originally a little unhappy, immediately accepted the pills in high spirits and thanked Ning Chi profusely. "All right, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first." Ning Chi waved his hand at the crowd and flew toward the direction of the Heavenly Wonders Market. After Ning Chi left, the leading 7-star Do Wang glanced at Zhang Hao and said to everyone, "If the matter today were to spread, we would also be implicated. Therefore, everyone should keep their mouths shut." "Senior brother, we know." Heavenly Wonders Market. After Ning Chi entered, he directly crushed the jade slip given by Old Man Sunday. Not long after, Old Man Sun appeared in front of Ning Chi with an excited face. "Little brother, have you thought it through? As long as you tell me the use of those ancient Do weapons, I will give you one." Old Man Sun smiled at Ning Chi and said. Suddenly, his smile froze and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. He subconsciously took a few steps back and blankly looked at Ning Chi and said, "Peking Do Wang?" He remembered that the last time he saw Ning Chi, he was only a 6-star Do Wang. "Senior son, didn't you say that you still have a few ancient Do weapons? Do you want to find someone to repair them?" Ning Chi smiled and said. Hearing this, Old Man Sun's attention immediately shifted from Ning Chi's cultivation to the ancient Do weapons. He excitedly said, "Little brother, have you found a blacksmith who can repair ancient Do weapons?" Ning Chi shook his head and said, "Not yet." Old Man Sun's face revealed a disappointed expression and said, "Then, little brother, why did you call me over?" "I want to buy all the ancient Do weapons in Senior Sun's hands." Ning Chi went straight to the point. Although with his cultivation, robbing Old Man Sun was easy and he could also make up a few lies to deceive the other party, Ning Chi would not do so. After all, there was no enmity between him and Old Man Sunday. Old Man Sun had even allowed him to obtain a low-grade spirit stone. Speaking of which, Ning Chi could be said to owe him a favor. "By all the ancient Do weapons in my hands?" Old Man Sun's face revealed a trace of ridicule as he looked at Ning Chi and said, "You must have obtained something from it to want the ancient Do weapons in my hands. Otherwise, Why would you want to buy mine when there are so many people selling them in the Heavenly Wonders market? Little brother, if you tell me the secret, I can give you one. There is indeed a secret. However, other than me, even if you send it to the 9-state empire's heavenly secret institution, the blacksmiths there may not be able to find out. Moreover, even if they find out, will these ancient Do weapons still belong to you? If you do not repair them and do not know the secret, these Do weapons will be no different from trash in Senior Sun's hands. It is better to sell them for a good price. Ning Chi nodded and said. Each of these words hit the heart of Old Man Sunday. He subconsciously thought that these ancient Do weapons were not ordinary items. However, after setting up a stall in the Heavenly Wonders market for so long, many Do Zone level experts had seen them, but they did not have the slightest interest in them. Old Man Sun thought of sending them to the Heavenly Secret Institution to be appraised. However, he was afraid that the appraisal result would be disappointing. Or perhaps it could be said that they were indeed valuable, but at that time, it was uncertain who the Do weapons would belong to. He was merely a 2-star Do Huang without any foundation. Why would the Heavenly Secret Institution care about him? If his ancient Do weapons were really valuable, the other party could casually give him a few hundred middle-grade spirit crystals, and he would be sent away. Therefore, after Ning Chi bought one of them, he had some hope for Ning Chi. If Ning Chi really knew the secret within, or had a way to repair it, he was willing to sacrifice some of his own interests. After all, with Ning Chi's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to cheat him. Thinking that these ancient Do weapons had been in his hands for more than 10 years without creating any profit, Old Man Sun was a little disheartened and said, "What price can you offer?" "Some time ago, I found an ancient elixir in an ancient ruin. It is a Lo Xian beauty-calming elixir. I wonder if Senior Sun is satisfied with this elixir?" Chapter 422. Chapter 422 A Lower Mystic Beauty Pill? Elder Sun was a little startled. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. All these years, he has been searching for ancient ruins and excavating everything left behind from the ancient times. Naturally, he has studied the medicinal pellets from tens of thousands of years ago. He has a good understanding of all kinds of medicinal pellets that have been lost in history. Beauty pill. This kind of pill was very common in the ancient times, and its value was not high. He had seen it in an ancient book. At that time, his first thought was that if he had this pill now, he could definitely exchange it for a large amount of cultivation resources from some Do Shing. Its value was even more shocking than those ancient pills that could increase one's cultivation. Does this kid really have a beauty pill? Little brother, there are too many people here. Let's go to a quiet place to talk. With that, Old Man Sun brought Ning Chi to the Heavenly Chi auction house. There was a room specially provided for those who wanted to inspect goods in private. As long as they paid a certain amount of spiritual crystals, they could use it. Moreover, they could also provide appraisal services. Of course, the amount of spiritual crystals required depended on the value of the item being appraised. Old Man Sun booked a room with ease and impatiently asked Ning Chi, "Little brother, the pill you mentioned earlier, is it really a lower mystic beauty pill?" "Of course, if Senior Sun doesn't believe me, you can ask Elder Ku to appraise it." Ning Chi smiled. "Elder Ku? Ku Changxing?" Old Man Sun trusted Ning Chi's words a little more. After all, Ku Changxing was the #1 appraiser of the Heavenly Chi auction house. However, he had another concern. "Little brother, the beauty pill is an ancient pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if Ku Changxing appraised it personally, he might not be able to tell if it is real or fake, right?" Old Man Sun voiced out his concern. "Senior Sun need not worry about this. I have already auctioned off a Lo Xian level face calming pill here. It was even personally sold by Elder Ku. If you do not believe me, you can ask Elder Ku to come over and appraise it. However, Senior has yet to answer me. Can a low Xian level face calming pill be exchanged for the ancient Do weapon in your hand? Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? You've already sold one? Old Man Sun's eyes revealed wild joy. If this was true, then it was sufficient to prove that the low-grade profound rank beauty suppression pill in Ning Qi's possession wasn't fake. He rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Two low-grade mystic beauty calming pills, and I will give you all my ancient battle weapons. He knew that since Ning Qi had auctioned one, then Ning Qi surely had more than just a single low-grade profound rank pill on him now. 2. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked at Old Man Sun and said, Senior Sun, do you know how much an inferior grade beauty stabilizing pill can sell for in Dongxian today? You want to? You're really asking for an exorbitant price. It looks like this deal can't be concluded. I'll take my leave now. With that, Ning Qi got up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Old Man Sun hurriedly stopped Ning Qi and smiled sheepishly. Little brother, let's talk this through. Isn't doing business just you name a price and I bargain? I name a price and you bargain. How about this, you invite Elder Ku to appraise the pill. You'll pay the appraisal fee. If it's real, then this deal is done. I wonder how many more ancient battle weapons Senior has? If it's less, then the value cannot be compared to the low-grade mystic beauty calming pill, then I may not trade. Ning Qi said faintly. I still have 2. Old Man Sun raised a finger. Ning Qi turned and left. Wait, 3. Old Man Sun hurriedly said. Senior Sun, since you're not sincere in doing business, why waste everyone's time? If I use this low-grade mystic beauty calming pill, I can at least exchange it for a low-grade heaven-level battle weapon in the 9 States Empire, right? Ning Qi smiled coldly. All right, I won't lie. I still have 5 of the ancient battle weapons that you bought last time. Old Man Sun's face revealed a trace of embarrassment as he said sincerely. That's more like it. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. After that, he called the auction house's servants to invite Ku Changxing over. When Ku Changxing saw Ning Qi, his face revealed a look of surprise. Little brother, it's you again. What are you selling this time? As for Old Man Sun, he only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Seeing that Ku Changxing really knew Ning Qi, Old Man Sun's heart calmed down a little. Elder Ku, this time I want you to appraise the medicinal pill. I want to make a deal with this senior. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, it's not being auctioned here. A trace of disappointment flashed across Ku Changxing's face, but he still smiled and said, What medicinal pill? Take it out and let me see. This medicinal pill, Elder Ku has already seen it. Ning Qi directly bought another low-grade mystic beauty calming pill from the dragon slaying mall, then took it out from the space bag and handed it to Ku Changxing. This is a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill? Ku Changxing's face revealed a look of shock as he carefully took it and examined it. Indeed, it was exactly the same as the one Ning Qi auctioned last time. Haha, it really is a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill. That's great. Old Man Sun greedily looked at the medicinal pill in Ku Changxing's hand. Little brother, I didn't expect you to still have a trick up your sleeve. This is indeed a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill. What do you want to exchange with him? Ku Changxing reluctantly returned the medicinal pill to Ning Qi, then glanced at Old Man Sunday. He didn't know what the other party, a mere 2-star Do Huang, had that was worth Ning Qi using a low-grade mystic beauty calming pill to exchange with him. If this pill was given to any old monster, the benefits it would bring would be endless. Ah, Elder Ku, this is the secret between me and little brother. Old Man Sun hurriedly opened his mouth. Seeing this, Ku Changxing smiled and said, All right, I won't disturb the two of you. As for the appraisal fee this time, it's free. Who asked me to hit it off with little brother? Little brother, next time if you have this kind of ancient medicinal pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years, you must remember to bring it to me for auction. Haha, of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After Ku Changxing left, Ning Qi looked at Old Man Sun and said, "Elder Sun, the authenticity of the medicinal pill has been confirmed. Where is your ancient fighting weapon?" Seeing this, Old Man Sun directly took out 5 armors from the Qian Kuan ring. Each of them had a low-grade spiritual god stone on it. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled slightly and threw the low-grade mystic beauty calming pill to Old Man Sunday. Then, he conveniently stored the 5 armors into the space bag. Including the original one, Ning Qi now had a total of 6 armors. This represented 6 low-grade spiritual god stones and 60,000 dragon-slaying coins. "Elder, the transaction is complete. I will take my leave first." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. After he left the Heavenly Wonders Market, Old Man Sun also came to a secret place and smiled proudly. 5 pieces and it's settled. That kid is still too inexperienced. Chapter 423. Training System. How much are you willing to pay for these 6 low-grade spiritual god stones? 60,000 dragon slayer coins. 70,000. After a round of bargaining, Ning Qi successfully sold the low-grade spiritual god stones for 60,000 dragon slayer coins. After deducting the 1,000 dragon slayer coins he used to buy the low-grade mystic beauty pill, he now had 119,000 dragon slayer coins. Cloud Rising Sect. Looking at the courtyard that had been repaired to its original state, Ning Qi's face showed a trace of satisfaction. At this time, the group of outer sect disciples who had their arms cut off by him were standing not far away, trembling with fear, looking at Ning Qi. They waited until Ning Qi nodded, then they heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. 3 more days, Ning Qi returned to the courtyard and bought 3 days of intermediate training grounds from the Dragon Slayer Mall. 1 day cost 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins, so he spent a total of 3,000 Dragon Slayer coins. However, the intermediate training grounds were equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. It was worth it. 3 years should be enough for me to raise my Sky Edge Moonblade's proficiency to the 5th level. Ning Qi thought to himself. In the next moment, he disappeared from the courtyard with a flash of light. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Ning Qi reappeared, he had some stubble on his face. He looked much more mature than 3 days ago. Cloud Rising Sect. The central area. In front of the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. At this moment, there were dozens of old monsters who were no weaker than Meng Qingling. They were standing in front of the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground with disciples from their sects or clans, waiting for it to open. Among the disciples they brought, the strongest had already reached the peak of the 9th life and death stage, while the weakest was at least a 1-star Do Huang. Moreover, all of them were geniuses on the dragon ranking. Those peak Do Huang who were at the peak of the 9th life and death stage all had proud expressions on their faces. These people were ranked at least in the top 100 on the dragon ranking. Among the 300 to 400 people, there were more than 50 disciples from the Cloud Rising sect. They were the inner disciples with the highest cultivation. When they looked at the others, their eyes were filled with disdain and pride. After all, the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground belonged to the Cloud Rising sect. They were the true host. These people were merely guests who had come over to be his guests. "Elder Meng, is everyone here already?" An old monster chuckled at Meng Qingling. "We still need one more," Meng Qingling said lightly. "Missing one?" The old monster glanced at the inner sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. There were really only 59 of them. There was indeed one person missing. "You're actually late for such an important matter. The disciples of your sect are a little sloppy." "Not far away," Fong Xingnan lightly said. Meng Qingling glanced at her and chuckled. "The Dry Bones Forbidden Ground hasn't opened yet. How are you late?" Fong Xingnan's face showed a hint of mockery. When the other old monsters saw this, they all took a step back. They knew the grudge between Meng Qingling and Fong Xingnan, so they didn't plan on getting involved. This elder lampholder of the Cloud Rising sect is actually so young. He seems to have some enmity with our elder Fang? Fang Imo, who was standing behind Fang Xingnan, looked at Meng Qingling. This time, the two brothers were also selected to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. Boss, when did you come back? Just as Ning Qi left the courtyard, he was caught by Duan Yingjun. I've been back for a few days, Ning Qi said. Then where are you going now? Are you going on a mission? Shall we go together? Duan Yingjun asked. Oh? You want to go? Ning Qi's lips curled up. Of course I want to, Duan Yingjun said excitedly. If I go with Ning Qi, there will definitely be meat to eat. Oh, the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. You want to go? If you do, I can ask for you. Ning Qi smiled. Huh? Dry Bones Forbidden Ground? Forget it. Duan Yingjun subconsciously took a step back and waved his hand with a smile. If he went to such a place, he would definitely die. Then, he reacted and asked curiously, Boss, you want to go to the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground? In the past 2 days, he had seen many outsiders flying in the sky and heard from others that the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground would open today. Those outsiders were all geniuses of the major sects and clans. Yes, it's almost time. I can't talk to you anymore. Ning Qi looked at the sky and patted Duan Yingjun's shoulder with a smile before flying towards the inner sect. Not long after he left, Duan Yingjun spread the news that Ning Qi was going to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. All the outer disciples, including the managing elders, were shocked when they heard it. At the same time, they were even more curious about the relationship between Ning Qi and Meng Qingling. After all, there had never been a disciple at the peak of the Do Wang class who was chosen to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. At the very least, he should be a 1-star Do Huang. Luckily, he only lost an arm. Those outer disciples who had lost an arm to Ning Qi rejoiced in their hearts. Inner sect. Halt, intruder. This is the inner sect. Outer disciples are not allowed to enter. Don't you know the rules? Halfway through his flight, Ning Qi was stopped by 2 inner disciples. Both of them were 1-star Do Huangs. It's you, suddenly. Their expressions changed as they recognized Ning Qi. When they thought of the relationship between Ning Qi and Elder Meng, their expressions became a little awkward. Seniors, I want to go to the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. Please let me pass. Ning Qi smiled. Dry Bones Forbidden Ground? The two of them were incomparably shocked when they heard this. They were even more certain that the relationship between Ning Qi and Meng Qingling was not simple. They smiled awkwardly and moved aside. Junior, please. Thank you. Ning Qi smiled and continued to move forward. Looking at Ning Qi's back, one of them exclaimed, What relationship does he have with Elder Meng? I have never heard of a peak Do Wang being chosen to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. I don't know either. Even with our talent, we don't have the qualification to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. Yet, an outer disciple can enter. Ning Qi flew all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the inner sect and the central area. There was no one guarding this place. Obviously, they were not worried that someone would barge in. However, when Ning Qi took a step into the central area, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Elder Nu. Ning Qi was slightly startled. Nu Tao looked at Ning Qi coldly. Do you know where this place is? The central area. Ning Qi said. Why do you still dare to barge in? This time, even Elder Meng will not be able to save you. Nu Tao smiled coldly. Oh, Elder Meng asked me to come. Ning Qi smiled. What? Nu Tao frowned slightly. Do you have proof? This should be proof. Chapter 424. Who is Ning Qi? The Central Jade Token? Nu Tao was shocked. Elder Meng gave him the Central Jade Token? Is she going to take him as a direct disciple? Thinking of this, Nu Tao's face turned ugly. Elder Nu, can I go in now? Ning Qi smiled. Nu Tao snorted and turned to leave. A thick fog suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dried bones' forbidden ground. The forbidden ground is open. Everyone's eyes brightened. Meng Qingling, your disciple is late, right? Fang Shengnan looked at Meng Qingling mockingly. The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect looked at each other, their expressions ugly. Who is the other person? Why is he so late? Why did he make us wait for him? Is it Junior Qiu? It's not him. Junior Qiu is out on a mission. He hasn't returned yet. Then who is it? They transmitted their thoughts to each other. Meng Qingling's expression changed. A ray of light came from the horizon. Ning Qi landed beside Meng Qingling and cupped his hands together. Elder Meng, I am late. Please forgive me. Meng Qingling smiled. Not late. Just in time. It's him? Fang Shengnan frowned. Standing behind her, Fang Mo and his brother's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. It's him. Isn't he an outer disciple? A mere Peking Do wants to enter the dried bones' forbidden ground. What can he do inside? Do we have to take care of him? The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were displeased, but they didn't show it because of Meng Qingling. However, they looked at Ning Qi coldly. The disciples brought by the old monsters all revealed looks of curiosity. Is there something special about this guy? Otherwise, why would the Cloud Rising sect let a Peking Do enter the dried bones' forbidden ground? There was no other meaning to it other than death. Elder Meng, is there no one else in the Cloud Rising sect? If I am not wrong, he is only a Peking Do, right? One of the old monsters frowned. If there is no one else, you should have told me earlier. I would have brought another disciple. The other old monster revealed a mocking smile as he glanced at Ning Qi. He then smiled at Meng Qingling. Do these old fellows have nothing better to do? Ning Qi frowned slightly and cursed in his heart. I have the final say on who can enter and who can't. If you have any objections, you can go back. Meng Qingling said lightly. Cuckoo, it is not that we do not have any opinions. Everyone knows that the purpose of entering the Withering Bones' forbidden ground is to obtain the dragon blood fruit for the dragon tribe. Everyone has to be useful. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a spot. He is merely a Peek Do Wang. What use can he be when it comes to obtaining the dragon blood fruit? An old monster said calmly. Meng Qingling, you brought this child with you to the dragon's graveyard, and now you're bringing him again. Could he be your lover? The corners of Fang Xingnan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Elder Meng's lover? The expressions of the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect changed drastically. They no longer looked at Ning Qi coldly. Instead, they were filled with fear. Many of them even had a tinge of jealousy. As for the female disciples, they looked at Ning Qi with slight disdain. This is going to be fun. The group of old monsters looked at each other. As expected, Meng Qingling's expression suddenly turned cold. A terrifying aura surged out from her body and swept towards Fang Xingnan. Fang Xingnan did not want to be outdone. She used the same method to exchange a blow with Meng Qingling. In the end, both of them took a step back. It was a draw. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations on completing the advancement mission. Please choose to advance within 24 hours. The Dragon Leaderboard has finally been updated. Ning Qi's face revealed a hint of joy. You two, forget it. The forbidden ground has already been opened. Let's go in. One of the old monsters tried to persuade them. Meng Qingling coldly snorted. Just as she was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Who is Ning Qi? This loud sound was like thunder. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken and scattered. It's the sovereign? Meng Qingling's face revealed a trace of surprise. The sovereign of the Rising Cloud clan? The group of old monsters looked up one after another. How does the sovereign know his name? Meng Qingling looked at Ning Qi doubtfully. In the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in the sky. The group of old monsters saw this and saluted. Who is Ning Qi? The imposing figure glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, This disciple is. Ning Qi stood up and cupped his hands towards the sky. The stalwart figure looked at Ning Qi and nodded. You are not bad. This time, you are ranked 100th on the dragon leaderboard. After you come out of the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground, I will reward you. After saying this, he disappeared from the crowd's sight. At the same time, 2 black dots fell from the sky and landed on the ground. What? The dragon leaderboard was updated and he was ranked 100th? A Peak King Do entered the top 100 of the dragon leaderboard? If the sovereign of the Rising Cloud clan had not said it himself, no one present would have believed it. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of shock. Especially the Peak King Do in the 9th Life and Death Gate. They stared at Ning Qi as if they wanted to memorize his appearance. One of the old monsters suddenly said, Wasn't the previous 100th on the dragon leaderboard Fong Mo from the Fong clan? Fong Mo's face immediately became extremely ugly. He knew that he had probably fallen out of the top 100. At this moment, someone finally noticed the 2 black dots on the ground. That's the dragon leaderboard. Why is there another one? A special. One of the old monsters went forward and flipped through it. Finally, his expression became extremely strange, and he threw the 2 books to Meng Qingling. After Meng Qingling finished reading it, the corner of her mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. She asked Fong Xingnan, Do you want to take a look? Deliberately mystifying. Fong Xingnan coldly snorted and took a look. As a result, her face instantly became extremely ashen. Not only did it record Ning Qi's ranking, but it also recorded the details of Ning Qi's battle with Fong Mo in the Fong clan. The description made Fong Mo look like he was worthless. Meng Qingling smiled. To think that a genius of the Fong clan would be defeated by a mere Peak King Do. Fong Mo's face was ashen. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood why Ning Qi was ranked 100th on the dragon leaderboard. So it turned out that Fong Mo, who was ranked 100th on the dragon leaderboard, was defeated by Ning Qi? A Peak King Do who had entered the 1st Life and Death Gate was defeated by a Peak King Do? This was simply too unbelievable. Chapter 425. Advancement to Do Huang. Faced with Meng Qingling's ridicule, Fong Xingnan's face flashed with anger. She coldly looked at Ning Qi and sneered, Looking at his age, he doesn't seem to be that young, right? Why was he still at the peak of the Do Huang class? So what if he had outstanding battle prowess? If I cannot become a Do Huang or a Do Zong, what is the use? As soon as Fong Xingnan's voice fell, Ning Qi's body was shrouded in a faint layer of light. Congratulations to host for successfully advancing to a 1-star Do Huang. At this time, the experience points that Ning Qi had previously stored were instantly poured into his body, and his body glowed once more. 2-star Do Huang. A 3-star Do Huang. His aura was still rising. Soon, the Do Qi on Ning Qi's body was gradually withdrawn into his body. At this moment, he was already a 4-star Do Huang. He actually rose 4 levels in a row. Breakthrough from a Peak Do Huang to a 4-star Do Huang? The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were shocked. Those old monsters were also very surprised. They all locked their gazes on Ning Qi, as if they wanted to see through his cultivation technique. Fong Xingnan's expression instantly stiffened. She had just said that Ning Qi's cultivation was too low. At this moment, Ning Qi had consecutively broken through and become a 4-star Do Huang. It was as though she had been slapped in the face. Ha ha ha! Meng Qingling laughed heartily 3 times and looked at Fong Xingnan with eyes full of ridicule. We've dragged this out for too long. Let them enter the forbidden area. If the 2 of you don't like each other, you can just fight it out later. An old monster said. Fong Xingnan expressionlessly looked at Fong Mo and the others. She lightly said, Go in. Yes. Fong Mo and the others nodded and walked towards the dry bones forbidden ground. When he passed by Ning Qi seemed to feel several gazes full of killing intent sweep over him, but when he looked, he did not see who it was. Seeing that Fang Shengnan seemed to have admitted defeat, Meng Qingling didn't chase after her. She revealed a faint smile and said to Ning Qi and the others, "You guys go too." "Yes, Elder Meng." Ning Qi, wait a moment. "Elder Meng, do you have any other instructions?" Ning Qi stopped and looked at Meng Qingling in confusion. Meng Qingling hesitated for a moment, before she took off an earring from her ear and gave it to Ning Qi. "Wear this, and your chances of coming out alive from the dry bones forbidden ground will be higher." "Thank you, Elder Meng." Ning Qi glanced at the attributes of the earring and discovered that it actually increased HP. Moreover, it was a one-time increase of 200,000 points. He hurriedly thanked the owner and accepted it. "All right, go." Meng Qingling waved her hand. "Meng Qingling, you're really generous. This earring was given to you by him, right? Aren't you afraid that he'll die in the withered bones forbidden area? At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your earring back." Seeing this, Fang Xingnan sneered. "Even if someone were to die, it would be that Fang Mo of yours who dies first, right?" Meng Qingling refused to be outdone. "Fight?" Fang Xingnan coldly said. "Then let's fight." Meng Qingling sneered. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, they flew into the sky at the same time. After Ning Qi entered the fog, he felt a chill on his body. In the next moment, his vision suddenly became clear. They had appeared at the top of a mountain. At a glance, there was only an endless mountain range around them. Some of the people who had entered first had already left. As Ning Qi's group had entered the forbidden area late, there were only about 80 to 90 people at the top of the mountain at the moment. These people also divided into small groups and dispersed, heading in different directions. Obviously, this was not the first time that some of them had entered the withered bones forbidden area. Is this the legendary fragment of the dragon continent that was shattered in ancient times? The spiritual energy in the world is indeed about 30 to 40% more than the outside world. Ning Qi took a deep breath. At this moment, the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect looked at each other and then left without paying any attention to Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ning Qi sneered in his heart. They were trying to isolate him. Not far away, there were 7 to 8 people who were only 1-star Do Huang. It seemed that they were also isolated. Seeing that Ning Qi was alone, they gathered their courage and came before Ning Qi. Among them, the woman who was leading them cupped her hands together and greeted Ning Qi, "Senior Ning." "You are." Ning Qi looked at them with a smile. The woman hurriedly introduced herself. "I am a disciple of the Sword River sect, Li Mengqi. These are my junior brothers and sisters." Qi's junior brothers and sisters also introduced themselves. The gazes they used to look at Ning Qi carried a trace of respect. After all, he was in existence ranked 100 on the dragon ranking. Moreover, Fang Mo had been defeated by him. This proved that his strength had, at the very least, surpassed an ordinary peak Do Huang in the first life and death stage. "I wonder if Senior Ning is willing to come with us. This way, our chances of obtaining the dragon blood fruit will increase greatly," Li Mengqi said with anticipation. "Well, I am used to being alone." Ning Qi tactfully declined. Li Mengqi and the others revealed disappointed expressions. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I wonder if you have any information about this place?" The few of them curled their lips into a mocking smile. Since he wanted to be alone, he still wanted to get information about the dry bones forbidden land from them? Li Mengqi nodded. She took out a jade scroll and handed it to Ning Qi, saying, "This is the information about the dry bones forbidden land. There is only one thing you need to take note of. Do not step into the central area. There is an extremely terrifying existence there. Over 10 years ago, there were 7 to 8 seniors ranked in the top 50 on the dragon ranking who did not believe in evil and stepped into the central area. In the end, none of them returned and all of them died there." "Oh, thank you." Ning Qi looked deeply at Li Mengqi. A smile appeared on his face. He nodded and turned around to leave. Senior, he is not willing to come with us. Why did you give him the information and tell him about the central area? That's right. This kind of person is no different from those people. He looks down on us. Alright, stop complaining. Let's go to Aolong Valley. The senior who returned previously said that there might be dragon blood fruit there. Moreover, there is not much danger there. Let's go and try our luck. Li Mengqi said. Alright. It was obvious that she had some prestige among the crowd. Ning Qi removed the scroll from his forehead. He instantly gained a better understanding of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. The Dry Bones Forbidden Land was not huge. According to the information in the scroll, it should be around the size of the 9 prefectures empire. That being said, it was only the speculation of the predecessors. As such, no one was sure of its exact size. Not only were there dragons, there were also beasts and humans. Chapter 426. Chapter 426 Introduction. Lanyue Town. In the past, the earliest batch of disciples who had entered the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground had cooperated with the native humans. However, one of the disciples had accidentally revealed the truth, letting them know that they only existed on a fragment of the continent. Since then, the native humans had wanted to leave the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground. Therefore, a battle broke out between the two sides. From then on, as long as the native humans saw someone they suspected of being an outsider, they would directly capture and interrogate them before finally killing them. Not only do I have to be wary of the dragon tribe and demonic beasts, but I also have to be wary of the human tribe as well, Ning Qi thought to himself. Lanyue Town, north of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land, was the border between the human tribe and the dragon tribe. Basically, there would be a small-scale war every month or two, a medium-sized war every 6 months or a year, and a large-scale war every 3 to 4 years. In the information provided by Li Mengqi, there were a few good places to obtain cultivation resources, raise one's cultivation base, and even obtain dragon blood fruits. Lanyue Town was one of them. Since there were all sorts of people here, it was not easy for the native humans to discover their identities as outsiders. Moreover, they could join the native human squads to hunt the dragons and plunder their cultivation resources. 10 days later, the moment Ning Qi stepped into Blue Moon Town, he felt as if a pair of eyes had gathered in the void and scanned his body. After 3 or 4 breaths of time, this feeling disappeared like a tide. The Blue Moon Town was very big. It was even bigger than the White Tiger Empire's imperial capital that Ning Qi had seen before. Although it was called a town, it was actually a big city surrounded by hundreds of mountains. There was only one exit and it faced the Dragon Clan. The Wood Flower Group is recruiting a 6-star Do Huang to kill the Green Flame Demon Dragon. Come if you have the guts. The Mysterious Sky Team is recruiting 10 Do Zongs to make a trip to the Dragon Blood Orchard. Life and death are up to fate. Riches and honor are up to the heavens. Song Ming's team seeks cooperation. We have clues to the treasure in our hands. 80-20. The Blue Moon Army is recruiting. Anyone above the King of Fighters can sign up. The salary is high. Along the way, Ning Qi found that this place was like a mercenary town. There were all kinds of private teams, and these teams were very popular. When recruiting, there were many people signing up, and it was basically 3 people fighting for a spot. On the other hand, the native Blue Moon Army seemed to have very few people signing up. Ning Qi also discovered quite a few familiar faces, such as Fang Mo and Fang Bai. They had all spread out and entered various squads, even the Blue Moon Army. However, he did not see a single one of those peak Do Huangs at the 9th Life and Death Gate. It was likely that they had gone to a few places that were even more dangerous but also had a greater reward. When Fang Mo and the others saw Ning Qi's arrival, their expressions changed slightly. Ning Qi felt the same murderous look that he had in front of the Dried Bones Forbidden Ground. Don't let me know who you are or I'll make you pay. Do, after which, he walked around Lan Yu Town and realized that other than the Lan Yu army and some very weak groups, no group would recruit Do Huang's below 6 stars. In order to prevent others from discovering that he was an outsider, Ning Qi had to find a team to temporarily blend in with. The crippled ground small group is accepting people. As long as you are an expert of the Do Huang class, our crippled ground small group will not reject anyone. We will kill a small dragon every 3 days and a large dragon every 10 days. If you follow our crippled ground small group, you will have a good life. It will not be a problem for you to earn a dragon blood fruit within a year. Hearing the words dragon blood fruit, Ning Qi's eyes involuntarily looked at them. He found that this so-called crippled earth team was made up of an old man, a young girl, and a middle-aged man. The one who was shouting was the young girl. She looked to be about the same age as Ning Qi, but her cultivation was 1 star higher than Ning Qi's. She was a 5-star Do Huang. The talent of the humans here is much better than in Dongxian. Ning Qi could not help but sigh. He had seen the native humans along the way to Blue Moon Town. The average level was probably many times higher than in Dongxian. The people he had seen were basically Do Wangs when they were 30 or 40 years old. There were no Do spirits or Do Shers. These people were all underage children. The girl shouted for a long time, but no one went to sign up. Ning Qi could not help but curiously ask a 1-star Do Huang who was passing by. "Brother, why don't you join the crippled earth team?" Ning Qi had seen this guy a couple of times. He had been rejected by many teams, so Ning Qi asked curiously when he saw him scoff at the crippled earth team. "You look unfamiliar. Did you just come to Blue Moon Town? It is useless for the crippled earth team to go. They have offended 9 of the 10 large teams here. They return empty-handed every time they go out. They will only become a joke if they join." The 1-star Do Huang explained in a low voice, after which a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He swept his gaze over the crippled earth team and strode away. "Brother, do you want to join my crippled earth team? Come, don't be shy." The girl saw that Ning Qi kept looking at her. Her body moved and appeared beside Ning Qi. She unceremoniously grabbed Ning Qi's arm and pulled him in the direction of the old man and the middle-aged man. Ning Qi was stunned as he looked at the girl. "Chen Zikan, you have tricked another person? TSK, do you know that you are hurting him? Even if he leaves your crippled earth team in the future, he will not be able to survive in Blue Moon Town." A team passed by and saw the girl pulling Ning Qi. The leader of the team suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He saw a few familiar faces at the back of the team. They were the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. They should be his seniors. However, the way they looked at Ning Qi seemed to be a little gloating. "Sangshui team Li Mingho, why are you so nosy? You don't need to care about the matters of my crippled earth team," Chen Zikan said coldly. "Haha, I am just reminding this brother." Li Mingho glanced at Ning Qi, shrugged his shoulders, and led the team away. "Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. How can our crippled earth team be so weak? You just wait here. Wait for me to recruit 10 more people, and we will go on an earth-shattering mission." Chen Zikan smiled at Ning Qi. "Oh right, what is your name?" Chen Zikan suddenly remembered that he had not asked for Ning Qi's name. "Hua Wushang," Ning Qi said without hesitation. "Hua Wushang? Not a bad name." Chen Zikan nodded. Chapter 427. Counter-ambush. The captain of the crippled earth team was Chen Zikan. However, according to Di Qiu, a year ago, the 3 of them were just peripheral members of the crippled earth team. In the end, a year ago, they became enemies with the 9 major forces because of a certain incident. They were beaten into pieces and only the 3 of them were left to support the name of the crippled earth team. It was getting late. Chen Zikan hadn't recruited anyone except Ning Qi. Haha, these people must think that they are not worthy of our crippled Earth team. That's why they don't dare to come in. Forget it, it's not bad to take you in. Chen Zicken smiled awkwardly at Ningqi. Captain Chen Zicken, are we going to do that earth-shattering mission next? Ningqi asked curiously. Di Qiu sighed. He exchanged glances with Di Yun and remained silent. Chen Zicken laughed dryly. Let's wait for a while. There are 4 of us now. We don't have enough manpower. Let's wait until we recruit more people. For now, let's see if there are any lone dragons and kill one. Ningqi was speechless. Ningqi had been asking Di Qiu and Di Yun about the earth-shattering mission that Chen Zicken had mentioned. However, the 2 of them had been avoiding Ningqi. He probably didn't trust Ningqi because he had just joined the team. Under Chen Zicken's lead, the 4 of them left Blue Moon Town overnight. In the end, after traveling a few hundred miles, he encountered a lone Tier 6 dragon. Demonic Bat Dragon, Tier 6 Medium Dragon. HP 780,000 inches. Ningqi's eyes. The lone Tier 6 dragon's attributes were all there. Damn, it's the Demonic Bat Dragon. This race doesn't seem to be very strong. Di Qiu, Di Yun, Hua Wushang, the 3 of you get ready. I'll lure that guy over. Chen Zicken whispered. Having said that, she directly flew into the air and attacked the Demonic Bat Dragon. Damn ant! The Demonic Bat Dragon flapped its wings and sent Chen Zicken flying. Then, it furiously chased after Chen Zicken. Now! Chen Zicken shouted. Instantly, Ningqi and the other 2 launched their attacks at the Demonic Bat Dragon. Ha ha ha! Stupid ants! The bewitching Bat Dragon laughed maniacally. A large group of Demonic Bat Dragons appeared nearby. Each of them was at least lower 6th tier. They surrounded Ningqi's group of 4. Chen Zicken was dumbfounded. We've been ambushed? I'm afraid so. Di Qiu nodded solemnly. Di Yun was a little thirsty as he swept a glance at the group of at least 40 Demonic Bat Dragons and said, We won't die here, right? Among them, Di Qiu had the highest cultivation level, but he could only deal with 7 or 8 Demon Bat Dragons at most. However, the number of Demon Bat Dragons in front of them had already exceeded their bottom line. Foolish ants, do you think you're the only ones who know how to set up an ambush? Ha! The Demonic Bat Dragon that had set up an ambush laughed wildly. It looked at Ningqi and the others with eyes full of ridicule. Zicken, what should we do? Di Yun whispered. We can only fight it out with them. Chen Zicken frowned. I'll stay behind to deal with them. You guys find a chance to escape. Di Qiu said faintly. He, there's no need to discuss. None of you can escape. Come, capture them alive for me. I'm going to send them to Lord Jilo. Following a furious roar, the Demonic Bat Dragons madly charged at the 4 of them. You follow behind me. Chen Zicken told Ningqi, and then went to the nearest Demonic Bat Dragon to greet it. After 10 moves, Chen Zicken couldn't take it anymore. She was besieged by a few Demonic Bat Dragons. Originally, she could take care of Ningqi, but now, she could only take care of herself. Di Qiu and Di Yun weren't having it easy either. They were being bitten and bitten by the Demonic Bat Dragons. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 3 of them had suffered serious injuries. If it wasn't for the Demonic Bat Dragons wanting to capture them alive, they would probably have become corpses by now. After 10 breaths, the 3 of them were captured alive. At this moment, they realized that Ningqi was actually skillfully exchanging blows with the Demonic Bat Dragons. Why is he so powerful? Chen Zicken's eyes revealed a shocked expression. I didn't expect that a 4-star Do Huang that Zi-chan randomly pulled would actually have the ability to fight across rank. What a pity. If we weren't besieged by the Demonic Bat Dragons, our crippled Earth team might still be able to do something. Di Yun watched Ningqi's back as he fought with the Demonic Bat Dragons. A sorrowful expression flashed across his eyes. Something's wrong. It seems like he hasn't used his full strength. Only Di Qiu, who was experienced and had sharp eyes, could tell that Ning Qi's true fighting strength was far more than what he had seen in front of him. The leading demonic bat dragon also seemed to see that Ning Qi was a little powerful. It let out a low roar, "Don't hold back. Kill this ant." Roar. The demonic bat dragons that were besieging Ning Qi instantly multiplied their attacks. Seeing the situation, Ning Qi smiled slightly and directly slammed his palm on the head of the nearest demonic bat dragon. 6 silver dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws instantly struggled free from his palm and minced the demonic bat dragon's head into mush. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully killing the lower tier 6 demonic bat dragon of the dragon race. Obtained 150,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 500 dragon slayer coins. Not bad. Ning Qi smiled slightly. The experience points and dragon slayer coins given by this demonic bat dragon were not low. If he could kill all of these 40+ demonic bat dragons in front of him, it would be a considerable reward. He was now a 4-star Do Huang. The experience points required to level up was as high as 6 million. It was around 5 times higher than when he was a Do Huang. Killing all of these demonic bat dragons would be just enough for him to level up to a 5-star Do Huang. What palm technique is this? He actually killed a demonic bat dragon in an instant? Chen Zikan and the other 2 were stunned as they watched Ning Qi's ferocious figure charge around among the demonic bat dragons. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. In a short period of time, Ning Qi had already killed over 30 demonic bat dragons. How can this ant be so strong? Chief, are we going to retreat? Retreat. The leading demonic bat dragon gave the order before decisively turning around and fleeing. The few demonic bat dragons that were controlling Chen Zikan also followed closely behind. Trying to escape? Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. However, the demonic bat dragon's speed was a little fast, so he released Little Amethyst. Chase. Ning Qi jumped onto Little Amethyst's back and pointed at the few demonic bat dragons that were fleeing. In the next moment, Little Amethyst turned into a purple light and chased after the few demonic bat dragons. Little Amethyst's speed was around twice as fast as this group of demonic bat dragons. In a short while, it had caught up with them. "Ant, if you continue to chase, they are dead meat." The demonic bat dragon turned its head in fear and threatened. Chapter 428. Dragon Blood Fruit Fragments. Oh no! The leading bat dragon felt the aura of death sweeping towards it. Before it could kill Chen Zikan and the other 2, it was cut into half by Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer saber. Ning Qi then attacked the demonic bat dragon that grabbed Chen Zikan, while Little Purple attacked the other demonic bat dragons. Almost in the blink of an eye, these demonic bat dragons were all killed. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Ning Qi's body emitted a ball of white light. The Do Qi in his body rose a few times, and he became a 5-star Do Huang. It had only been 10 days since he advanced to a 4-star Do Huang. Breakthrough? Chen Zikan and the other 2 looked at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. "Are you guys alright?" Ning Qi smiled and waved at the 3. Di Yun was the first to react. He exclaimed, "Brother Hua, your combat power is so strong. Even the Bat Dragon is no match for you. You should be a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, right?" The Heaven and Earth Pavilion was the strongest sect of the human race in the Withering Bones Forbidden Land. There were 36 Dodi in the sect. Dongxian was so vast with sects and empires everywhere. The number of Dodi was about the same as the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Moreover, there were other forces in the Withering Bones Forbidden Land which had quite a number of Dodi. In order to leave the Withering Bones Forbidden Land, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had sent 3 Dodi to search for the entrance to the Cloud Rising sect. However, the entrance appeared randomly. Once the time was up, as long as one was not dead, He or she would be shrouded in a layer of fog and brought out of the withering bones forbidden land. Therefore, even the Do-Di of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion could not do anything about it. From Ning Chi's point of view, the withering bones forbidden land was repelling species that did not belong here. This indirectly meant that the local human race and the human race in Dongxian might have different bloodlines. I'm not from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Ning Chi shook his head and changed the topic. It's easy to meet the dragon tribe here, right? Shouldn't we talk somewhere else? Yes. Di Qiu looked around cautiously and nodded. Chen Zikan smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the corpse of the bat dragon on the ground and said to Ning Chi, "These corpses." "Wait a moment." Ning Chi smiled. "System, open all the betting gift packs." These 40-odd demonic bat dragons gave Ning Chi 3 gambling gift packs. At Ning Chi's request, 3 turntables appeared in front of him. A bottle of top-grade Earthstep rejuvenation pills, 10 pills. A bottle of top-grade profound Qi gathering pills, 10 pills. Top-grade profound rank Do weapon, meteor sword. Top-grade profound rank Do weapon, musk moon bow. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. This was one of the options on the wheel. The other 2 turntables had similar items, but one of them surprised Ning Chi. Heaven-ranked low-grade fruit dragon blood fruit fragments. Gather 3 fragments to form a complete dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit is actually a heaven-ranked low-tier fruit? No wonder it's so expensive, Ning Chi thought to himself. Previously, when he was searching for the dragon blood fruit in the dragon slaying mall, he was shocked by the string of zeros and did not pay attention to the grade of the dragon blood fruit. Start the bet. The needles on the 3 turntables instantly spun. In the end, they stopped at top-grade Earthstep rejuvenation pills, top-grade profound rank water escape talisman, and heaven-ranked low-tier dragon blood fruit fragments. Following the activation of the gambling gift pack, the corpses of 3 demonic bat dragons instantly turned into black gas and dissipated into the air. Chen Zikan and the other 2 noticed this and were shocked. They thought it was the effect of Ning Chi's martial skill. We'll each take one of these demonic bat dragon corpses. Ning Chi smiled. How can I accept it? Chen Zikan was a little embarrassed, but he was ecstatic. It had been a long time since the crippled Earth Squad made a profit. These dozens of demonic bat dragon corpses could be exchanged for at least 40 god refining stones. Don't stand on ceremony. Aren't we in the same squad? Ning Chi smiled. Brother, you're so generous, Diyun said excitedly. Di Qiu stroked his beard and nodded. He thought to himself that there were very few people as righteous as Ning Chi now. Then, we'll take 3 each. Chen Zikan hesitated for a moment and said, if the 3 of them were to fight against 9 demonic bat dragons, they could still win. Therefore, Chen Zikan only wanted 9. Ning Chi smiled and indicated that he was fine with it. Chen Zikan and the others happily kept the demonic bat dragons into their Qian Kuan ring. At this moment, Ning Chi was in a difficult position. His spatial bag could store materials, weapons, and elixirs, but it couldn't store the entire dragon corpses. Help me keep my share for now, Yizichen said. Ning Chi said to Chen Zikan. He actually trusts us so much. Chen Zikan's face revealed a trace of emotion. Then, he kept Ning Chi's portion into his Qian Kuan ring. The 3 of them happily brought Ning Chi and flew towards Blue Moon Town. Brother Hua, we can sell these demonic bat dragons at Heaven and Earth Pavilions All Things Hall. The price there is very high. I reckon that one of them can be exchanged for 1 god refining stone. On the way, Diyun couldn't contain the joy in his heart and smiled at Ning Chi. God refining stone? There didn't seem to be such an introduction in the jade scroll that Li Mengqi gave him. Ning Chi smiled without changing his expression. I just arrived at Blue Moon Town not long ago. You guys can decide. When the demonic bat dragons attacked just now, Chen Zikan had the intention to protect Ning Chi. Therefore, Ning Qi didn't plan to be calculative with them. It didn't matter how much he sold. His purpose of coming here was for the dragon blood fruit. After getting to know the three of them, he would ask about the dragon blood fruit. Just as they entered Blue Moon Town, Ning Qi's group of 4 met another group that was preparing to go on a mission at the entrance. Chen Ziken and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Diyun pulled Ning Qi to the side and didn't want to meet this group. However, the other party had already seen the 4 of them. Yo, isn't this the crippled Earth team? You guys received new people again? From the looks of it, you guys are going to lose everything again. The leader of the small team was a young man in his late 20s. His body emitted the aura of a Do Zone. The team members behind him were all Do Huangs above 6 stars. 2 of them who were closest to him had already entered the first stage of life and death. Peak Do Huangs. Chen Ziken laughed coldly. Not to be outdone, he mocked the young man again and again. Brother Hua, this guy is the team leader of the Devouring Dragon team, one of the top 10 teams here. He is a 3-star Do Zone and is incomparably arrogant. He has some enmity with our team. If you see him in the future, just stay away. Chapter 429. Name a price, Yu Benxing. It has nothing to do with you whether the crippled Earth squad opens or not. You go about your business and we'll go about ours. Let's go our separate ways. Chen Ziken sneered. Yu Benxing laughed and looked at Chen Ziken mockingly. Remember, don't let me see you in the future, or I'll teach you a lesson. Let me give you a piece of advice, Chen Ziken, your crippled team can disband now. Back then, if it wasn't for your old team leader's stubbornness to provoke Galero, our Blue Moon Town wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. In the end, you reap what you sow. So what? If not for your cowardice, how could the old leader have died in Gallo's hands? Chen Ziken's face showed a trace of anger. Senior Yu, don't waste your breath on her. This squad will die in the hands of the Dragon Clan sooner or later. When that time comes, no one will be able to collect their corpses. Let's go. A Peak Do Huang beside Yu Benxing, who had entered the first stage of life and death, said in a low voice. Yes, let's go. Yu Benxing sneered. With a wave of his hand, he glanced at Chen Ziken's group and strode out. After they left, Chen Ziken's face did not look good. Diyun took the initiative to explain to Ning Qi. It turned out that a few years ago, when the crippled Earth squad was still one of the top 10 squads in Blue Moon Town, the old leader received news that Gailo, the youngest son of the Bright Moon Dragon Clan's leader, was going to pass by. He called the other squads and the Blue Moon Army to come up with a sneak attack plan. In the end, they underestimated Gailo's strength. Out of the 300 to 400 people that went, only a few dozen managed to escape. The rest, including the old captain of the crippled Earth squad, all died at Gailo's hands. After that, the Blue Moon Town's power was greatly reshuffled. The crippled Earth squad, which was originally one of the top 10 squads, became a mediocre squad. And because of the old leader, the factions that suffered heavy losses began to target the crippled Earth squad. In the end, only 3 people survived. They were Chen Ziken, Di Qiu, and Diyun. Now there was one more person, Ning Qi. How strong is that Gailo? Ning Qi frowned. Very strong. Although he is only a rank 8 dragon, even a Peak Do Zun is no match for him. They can only endure over 30 exchanges in his hands. Chen Ziken continued the conversation with a solemn expression. She was one of the survivors of that battle. She had personally witnessed the scene of Gailo fighting against 100 enemies. Even now, she would still dream of it. She would always wake up from her sleep drenched in sweat. Even Peak Do Zuns are no match for him. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of shock. Such strength. I'm afraid he's already a half-step saint. If he was in Dongxian, he would probably be in the top 100 of the Dongxian Earth leaderboard. Fortunately, we weren't caught by the demonic bat dragon. It's probably one of Gailo's dragon armies. I heard that in order to deal with us humans, Gaelo often sends his subordinates to capture humans for him to study. Di-yun said with lingering fear. It's all thanks to Brother Hua, Chen Zikan said. The three of them praised Ning Chi's singing skills again. After walking for a short distance, Ning Chi was brought to the front of a building with a large signboard. All Things Hall. The Crippled Earth Squad? What are they doing here? I haven't seen them in the All Things Hall for some time. Don't tell me they have gained something? That's not possible. After the four of them entered, the various squads in the All Things Hall looked over. Their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. There was also a trace of disdain. Ning Chi. He actually joined the Crippled Earth Squad. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How can one gain anything by joining such a squad? A few familiar faces looked at Ning Chi mockingly. Among these people were inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, disciples of the Fong family, and disciples of various large sections. However, they were not very strong. It was obvious that Lanyu town was not attractive enough to these experts. What are you all doing here? A middle-aged man walked in front of Chen Zikan with a solemn face. He glanced at the four of them and purposely paused on Ning Chi for 2 to 3 seconds. He was a deacon elder of the All Things Hall. However, a few years ago, he was still a member of the Hell Squad. It was because the Hell Squad was almost annihilated by Giello that he became the deacon elder of the All Things Hall. Hence, his attitude towards Chen Zikan and the rest was very bad. Elder Lu, we are here to sell something. Demonic Bat Dragon's body. Do you want it? Chen Zikan said coldly. Demonic Bat Dragon's body? Everyone's eyes flashed with mockery. Demonic Bat Dragons were worth 1 smelting god stone. 4 of them would not make much profit. It would not even be enough to sustain their lives for half a month in Lanyu town. Lu Hui's lips curled into a mocking smile. Our Myriad Hall's lowest business deal is worth 10 smelting god stones. For a business deal that costs 1 smelting god stone, you should sell it outside. With that, he waved his hand as though he was shooing away flies. Lu Hui, what are you being so arrogant for? The All Things Hall has opened their doors to do business. I have never heard of a business that only sells for more than 10 smelting god stones. You are clearly targeting us. Di-yun said angrily. Di-chio gave Di-yun a look, indicating that he should not fight with Lu Hui head-on. After all, Lu Hui was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. Haha, that's good. This business deal should not only be worth 10 smelting god stones. Chen Zikan sneered. Following which, she waved her hand. Demonic Bat Dragon's body appeared in the hall. Fortunately, the size of the hall was about the size of a football field. Otherwise, it would not be enough. Over 40 demonic bat dragons? How did they do it? Shock flashed in everyone's eyes. With Chen Zikan's and the rest's cultivation, they could at most kill a few demonic bat dragons. However, there were already over 40 demonic bat dragons' corpses. Only a few people, for some reason, had their eyes on Ning Chi. Looks like Fong Mo was really defeated by him. These demonic bat dragons should have been killed by him alone. The injuries on their bodies were basically fatal with one strike. Lu Hui looked at the demonic bat dragon's body and his face revealed a look of disbelief. Even he might not be able to win against such a group of demonic bat dragons. After all, the dragon race was much stronger than the human race in the same cultivation realm. Those hard dragon scales were not something that an ordinary person could break. When did the crippled Earth team become so powerful to be able to kill so many demonic bat dragons? Chapter 430. The Mystery of Refining God. Stone. Lu Hui looked coldly at the complacent Chen Zikan. If he could, he would definitely chase Chen Zikan out. It was a pity that he was only a deacon elder. Right now, there were other elders in the Wan Wu Hall watching him. If anything went wrong, he might be chased away. Hence, Lu Hui said unwillingly, There are a total of 41 demonic bat dragons here. I'll count it as 40 refining god stones. 40 refining god stones? Chen Zikin and the other two showed a hint of anger on their faces. One demonic bat dragon is worth at least 1 refining god stone. There are a total of 41 of them, so it would be at least 41 refining god stones. This doesn't include the increase in quantity. Who can give you 41 demonic bat dragons at once? Diyun raged. This is the price of my all things haul. If you want to sell, then sell. If you don't want to sell, then take them and scram. Lu Hui said coldly. You! Diyun still wanted to argue with him, but Chen Zikin stretched out her hand to stop him. She coldly glanced at Lu Hui and said, so be it. Give it to me. Lu Hui sneered in his heart. After saying so much, won't you just lower your head in front of me? Afterward, he took out 40 smelting god stones and threw them to Chen Zikin. Then, Lu Hui kept the demonic bat dragon's corpses and completed the transaction. Chen Zikin took 9 of them and gave the rest to Ning Qi. Ning Qi received the god refining stone in shock. Ding! Low-grade spiritual god stone discovered. The content is relatively low, and the purity is 1%. The total value is 3,100 dragon-slaying coins. Would the host like to sell it? Ning Qi looked at the god refining stones that were only the size of a fingernail. They were emitting a faint green light in his hand. He quietly put them into his spatial bag. I never thought that this god refining stone would actually contain the components of a spirit divine stone. One of them can be sold for 100 dragon-slaying coins. Although it's 100 times less than a pure low-grade spirit divine stone, it can't be underestimated. Could it be that this place is a fragment of the ancient dragon's continent? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the era of spiritual god stones is even longer? Ning Qi was ecstatic. In the next moment, he sold the god refining stone to the system. He received a total of 3,100 Dragon Slayer coins. In addition to the Dragon Slayer coins given by the demonic bat dragon, his current balance of Dragon Slayer coins was as high as 144100. The Dry Bones Forbidden Land is really a good place. I can use the goods in the Dragon Slaying Mall to earn a large amount of God Refining Stones and earn the difference in price. Ning Qi immediately made a decision. Let's go. After completing the transaction, Chen Zikin was unwilling to stay in the Myriad Hall for even a moment longer. Ning Qi followed them to the largest inn in Blue Moon Town. Most of the people here lived here. After all, the people here lived by licking blood every day. If there was wine today, they would get drunk today. Who knew how long they could live? Naturally, there was no need to spend a lot of money to buy a courtyard here. Because she had made a small profit, Chen Zikin insisted on treating Ning Qi to a meal. She ordered more than 10 dishes in the inn, and Ning Qi saw that what she handed to the waiter was actually a piece of refining god stone, which was equivalent to 100 dragon-slaying coins. When the dishes were served, he realized why 5 of the 13 dishes were related to the dragon clan. Brother Hua, hurry up and eat. This is a dragon penis. It's very nutritious. Diyun pointed at a translucent gelatinous object and smiled strangely at Ning Qi. Chen Zikin seemed to be used to it. She calmly picked up a piece of dragon penis and placed it in her mouth, eating it with relish. Ning Qi smiled and rejected Diyun's good intentions. He really couldn't bring himself to eat a dragon penis. After 3 rounds of wine, Ning Qi asked curiously, "Gentlemen, in Blue Moon Town, the only way to earn refining god stones is to kill the dragon clan or demonic beasts and sell them in the Myriad Hall?" Brother Hua, you are right. Of course, if you can rob a dragon clan's nest, you might be able to find a large amount of refining god stones. However, you must be extremely lucky. Once, there was a fellow with the same cultivation as you, a 5-star Do Huang. Because of a coincidence, he accidentally barged into the nest of one of Jia Yelua's dragon generals. In the end, he stole more than 100,000 refining god stones. TSK. Do you know that because of this matter, that dragon general fought his way to the Blue Moon town and was still suppressed by the Blue Moon army? Afterward, that fellow kept 10,000 pieces for himself and offered the rest to the Blue Moon army as a tribute before settling this matter. However, he also left behind 10,000 refining god stones. Di Yun said enviously. Oh, this method is not bad. Ning Qi thought in his heart. He had the dragon-slaying mall which sold invisibility talismans. Being a thief once was not a problem. Of course, there was a certain degree of risk. Thinking of this, Ning Qi asked the question that he was most concerned about. About this, where can I find the dragon blood fruit? When the trio heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Chen Zikan said in a low voice, "You want to find the dragon blood fruit? I advise you to give up on this idea. In these hundreds of years, for some unknown reason, there have been some demons from the extraterrestrial devil region who used all kinds of methods to steal the dragon blood fruit from the dragon race. After stealing it, they returned to the extraterrestrial devil region. The dragon race came to settle the scores with us humans. There have been countless humans who died in the hands of the dragon race because of the dragon blood fruit. There was once when the sacred Dragon King personally attacked and destroyed an entire city. Millions of people died. Among them, a Dodi was also suppressed to death. At this point, Chen Zikan's face revealed a suspicious expression. Di Yun and Di Qiu exchanged glances and looked at Ning Qi with vigilance. Why are you looking at me like this? Are you suspecting that I am a demon from the extraterrestrial devil region? Ning Qi said with an innocent face. Who asked you to mention the dragon blood fruit? Don't mention it in the future. When Chen Zikan saw Ning Qi's expression, her suspicion disappeared and she warned Ning Qi. Looks like this dragon blood fruit is really not easy to get. You don't even allow me to talk about it, Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were a few places with information about the dragon blood fruit in the jade slip that Li Mengqi had given him. One of them was in Blue Moon Town. 5,000 miles away from Blue Moon Town, there was an orchard created by the dragon race. There were dragon blood fruits inside, but the security was very tight. If one wanted to pluck the dragon blood fruit from there, they would have to treat themselves as a dead person first. After the meal, Chen Zikan and the other two returned to their rooms to rest. Ning Qi thought for a moment and walked a few rounds around Blue Moon Town before he slowly walked into the Myriad Hall. Not far away, Lu Hui frowned when he saw Ning Qi. What is this kid doing here again? Ning Qi also saw Lu Hui, but he didn't intend to bother with him. Instead, he strolled around the Myriad Hall. Mystic Class Inferior Grade Spirit Nurturing Pills, 1 refining divine stone per bottle. Mystic Class Inferior Grade Spirit Gathering Pills, 1 refining divine stone per bottle. Chapter 431. Mystic Low Grade Spirit Raising Pill. Give me 5 bottles of Mystic Low Grade Pills. A Cloud Rising Sect inner sect disciple took out 5 smelting god stones and handed them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled and gave him 5 small porcelain bottles. Seeing this scene, Ning Qi finally understood why so many people wanted to enter the dried bones forbidden ground. A bottle of low-grade mystic spiritual raising pills would contain at least 10 pills, right? As long as it was a smelting god stone, this cloud rising sect disciple definitely didn't buy 50 mystic low-grade spirit nurturing pills for his demonic beast. As long as he returned to the Cloud Rising sect and sold them, a lower mystic spiritual cultivation pill would be worth at least 100 lower spiritual crystals. 50 pills would be worth 5,000 lower spiritual crystals. Was it easier to earn 5 spiritual divine stones in the dry bones forbidden land or 5,000 lower spiritual crystals in the Dongxian land? Based on the price of the demonic bat dragon, Ning Qi was certain that the former was easier. After some observation, Ning Qi had a goal in mind. He left the Myriad Hall and returned to the inn to get a room. Ning Qi's mind was immersed in the dragon-slaying mall. Stage 5 Pill Formula, Lower Grade Profound Stage Spirit Raising Pill, Price 10,000 Dragon Slaying Coins. Purchase. After his Dragon Slayer coins were deducted by 10,000, the method to refine a low-grade mystic level spirit raising pill instantly appeared in his mind. There's one more type of spirit grass to refine, and it actually requires the blood essence of a rank 6 dragon? Different from the yellow rank spirit nurturing pill, a low-rank profound spirit nurturing pill required a drop of a level 6 dragon's blood essence as a primer. Ning Qi didn't have one right now. Ning Qi left the inn once again. This time, he didn't choose to enter the Hall of All Things. After all, Lu Wei was someone who knew how to bargain. So, Ning Qi went to a general goods shop not far from the Hall of All Things. The quality of the things sold here was lower than the Myriad Hall. For example, the spirit-raising pill, the highest it sold was only top-grade yellow rank. "Sir, what do you want to buy?" When the only shopkeeper saw Ning Qi, he immediately stepped forward and said politely, "Shopkeeper, do you accept top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills?" Ning Qi asked with a smile. When the shopkeeper saw that Ning Qi was here to sell something, his enthusiasm immediately dropped. He forced a smile and said, "Naturally, I will take it. However, the price will be 20% lower than the market price. After all, I also need to make a profit. However, there is one more thing. 1 or 2. I will not do this kind of business." "Of course it's not just 1 or 2. I'm afraid you won't be able to collect them all." Ning Qi smiled confidently. In his storage bag, there were still more than 18,000 yellow-grade spirit cultivation pills. "Oh!" Hearing Ning Qi say this, the manager instantly became interested. "Young master, how many top-grade yellow-rank spirit-fostering pills do you have? I won't reject anyone." "How much is it?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, 130 top-grade yellow-rank spirit-nurturing pills. I will buy them at the high price of 1 god-refining stone." "Hee, at this price, I'd better not sell." Ning Qi sneered. He said it would only be 20% lower, but now it was at least 30% lower. This shopkeeper thought that he had a large amount of top-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills, and was purposely lowering the price. There's still room for discussion. "How about this, young master, we hit it off at first sight. How about 125? A shrewd look flashed across the shopkeeper's eyes. "I'm not going to be long-winded with you. I have 18,000. 110 is equivalent to 1 god-refining stone. If you want it, then take it. If not, I'll sell it to the Myriad Hall." Ning Qi said faintly. 18,000? The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then, he quickly calculated in his heart and realized that the profit from this transaction was about 17 to 18 god-refining stones. This was not a low profit. If he sold it, he would earn over 10 god-refining stones. It was equivalent to the bodies of over 10 rank 6 dragons. "How about this, I'll give you 160 god-refining stones. I'll earn 20. If young master can accept it, I can give you the god-refining stones now," the shopkeeper said with a determined face. It seemed like if Ning Qi continued to bargain, he would not do this transaction. "Deal." Ning Qi smiled. "Young master is a straightforward person." The shopkeeper laughed loudly. Then, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two completed the transaction. After Ning Qi counted the number of spiritual god stones, he nodded in satisfaction. 160 spiritual god stones were equivalent to 16,000 Dragon Slayer coins, whereas what Ning Qi paid was merely 18,000 top-grade yellow-rank spirit cultivation pills. Ning Qi had profited greatly from the difference in price. "Young master, if you have such business in the future, remember to look for me." The shopkeeper kept the spirit-raising pills and smiled at Ning Qi. "Don't worry, shopkeeper. Do you have rank 6 dragon blood essence here?" Ning Qi smiled. "I do." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Young master, how much do you want? I have rank 6 dragon blood essence here. It's pure and cheap. 1 god refining stone can buy 100 drops. 100 drops? Ning Qi frowned slightly. A tier 6 dragon race's entire body would probably have 100 drops of essence blood, but the demonic bat dragon's entire body would only be worth a piece of smelting god stone. Now, 100 drops of essence blood would be sold for 1 piece. Young master, we merchants definitely have to earn some money. I bought back a rank 6 dragon's body for 1 god refining stone. After some processing, I can only earn twice the profit if I sell it. The shopkeeper smiled. All right, give me 1,000 drops. Ning Qi nodded. All right. This time, he earned another 5 god refining stones in profit. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. After buying the dragon blood essence, Ning Qi returned to the inn and bought a low-level cultivation training ground for a day. In the training ground, he counted the spirit herbs in his space bag one by one and finally made 1,000 sets of mystic low-grade spirit-raising pills. The devouring dragon karmic fire instantly emerged from his palm, and the pill liquid changed in his palm. 3 breaths later, the pill liquid exploded. Pill refinement failed. Ning Qi was not discouraged and continued to refine. After failing more than 100 pills, he gradually grasped the technique and strength to refine mystic low-grade spirit-raising pills. However, the time needed to refine a finished mystic low-grade spirit-raising pill was 4 to 5 times longer than a yellow-grade peak-grade spirit-raising pill. Luckily, he had the Dan King's miraculous book to increase his refining speed by 6 times. Ning Qi could basically refine 4 pills a day. After staying in the low-level training ground for 3 months, Ning Qi had refined 300 mystic low-grade spirit-raising pills, which was equivalent to 30 god refining stones and 3,000 dragon slayer coins. He was not satisfied with this speed. After staying for 3 months, I only earned 3,000 dragon slaying coins. The low-level cultivation training ground cost 100 dragon slaying coins, and the dragon blood essence cost 3 god refining stones, which is equivalent to 300 dragon slaying coins. Adding the time cost, it's not worth it at all. It's too slow. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Once the training ground's time was up, he appeared in the room. Coincidentally, someone knocked on the door. Brother Hua, are you inside? Di Yun's voice sounded. Ning Qi opened the door and saw Di Yun and the other 2 standing at the door. He was slightly startled and said, "What's the matter? Let's go and do the mission. The spirit god stones we earned this time won't last long." Di Yun smiled. Chapter 432. Come, fight me one-on-one. Zikin, are we going to do the earth-shattering mission that you mentioned previously? Ning Qi asked curiously along the way. Yes. Chen Zikin nodded and said, I wanted to go with more people, but since those people have no taste, I won't bring them to eat meat. What kind of mission is that? It can reach the level of earth-shattering. Is it very dangerous? Ning Qi frowned. It is indeed dangerous, but the rewards are bountiful. That place is called Dragon Gathering Valley. On the surface, there is a layer of seal concealing it. Ordinary people can't see it at all. We killed a demon beast that came out of the Dragon Gathering Valley and obtained a jade token. This jade token is the key to enter the Dragon Gathering Valley. Not only are there all sorts of demon beasts and dragons, there are also many spirit herbs and spirit fruit. If we are lucky, it will be similar to what we obtained yesterday. Chen Zikin said softly. Oh, to be a thief. Ning Qi thought to himself. Brother Hua, don't worry. We have been observing for a long time. Every month on this day, the dragon race and demon beasts in the Dragon Gathering Valley will come out to fight with the Blue Moon Army. When the time comes, the valley will be empty and the danger will be low. Di Yun said. I see. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The 4 of them flew for about half a day when a small black dot appeared in the sky ahead. Hide! Chen Zikin shouted softly. The four of them quickly found a place to hide. They saw hundreds of dragons and hundreds of demon beasts flying over their heads. They were heading towards the Blue Moon Town. Among these dragons, the strongest were rank 8 and the lowest were rank 6. As for the demon beasts, they were rank 7. When they disappeared from sight, Chen Ziken smiled and said, "Let's go. There shouldn't be many dragons in the Dragon Gathering Valley now." Soon, the four of them came before a huge rock. Chen Ziken took out a jade token from his Qian Kuan ring and pressed it on the huge rock. The huge rock underwent an inexplicable change and turned into a ball of gas. "Let's go." Chen Ziken took the lead and walked in. Di Qiu was next. Di Yun looked at Ning Qi and smiled. "Brother Hua, don't be afraid. Follow me." After Di Yun entered, Ning Qi followed suit. As soon as they entered, Ning Qi felt the view in front of him suddenly become clear. The four of them stood at the peak of a mountain, and at a glance, they could see clouds and mist lingering around them. There were dozens of mountain peaks nearby, forming a valley, and on each mountain peak, there seemed to be several dragon nests. From time to time, a giant dragon would fly across the sky, and the four of them hurriedly hid themselves. Chen Ziken pointed at the nearest dragon nest and said, "Let's go there first to take a look. If we find anything, we can leave immediately." A dragon nest could at least give everyone tens to hundreds of refining god stones. Just as the four of them were stealthily approaching the dragon nest, outside, another few teams arrived in front of the boulder. These teams were quite famous in Blue Moon Town. They were the Styx team, the Rose team, and the Battle team. The three teams added up to 40 to 50 people. "Mingi, let's make this clear first. This time, my combat team and the Rose team will take 70% of the loot. You guys will take 30%. Dojan looked at Mingi and said coldly, "Divide it evenly." Mingi said indifferently. Rose smiled slightly. "If it wasn't for us, even if you got that jade token, you wouldn't know how to use it. So, either you take 30% or get lost." After hearing this, the Styx team members all revealed expressions of anger. Mingi frowned slightly and glanced at Rose and Dojan. These two's cultivation was not lower than his, and they were both emperor fighters at the first stage of life and death. If they fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, Mingi nodded and said, "All right, 30% it is. But if anyone secretly hides it, you should know the consequences." "Don't worry, no one will hide it." Rose and Dojan looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. Then, Rose took out a jade token and placed it on the boulder. Not long after, the boulder turned into a cloud of fog. The three teams entered one after another. Ning Qi and the other three sneaked into the dragon nest. The first thing that came into view was a large pile of shiny things in the corner. These things were all kinds of jewelry. They were of some value in the secular world, but to Ning Qi and the others, they were all trash. Chen Ziken suddenly saw a small pile of refining god stones beside the pile of jewelry. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "We didn't come for nothing this time." A total of 80 refining god stones. Di Yun's face was filled with joy. Each of them could get 20 pieces, and they could leave the Dragon Gathering Valley immediately. They had made a huge profit. The four of them divided the refining god stones. Then, they found all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit. They were not very valuable, but they could be sold for dozens of refining god stones. "Let's go," Chen Ziken said with satisfaction. However, when the four of them walked to the door, they bumped into the Styx team, Rose team, and Dojan team. Both parties were silent and looked at each other. After a while, Mingi smiled and said, "Crippled Earth team, I didn't expect you to be here too." Chen Ziken pulled a smile and said, "What a coincidence, you also got the jade token to enter the Dragon Gathering Valley." "Nonsense," Dojan said coldly. He looked at Ning Qi and the other three and sneered, "Hand over the things, and I will let you leave safely. Don't you know the principle of first come, first served?" Chen Ziken's voice turned cold, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Ziken, hand over the things, Rose said softly. From her tone, it seemed that she had some friendship with Chen Ziken. Rose, even you say so? There are so many dragon lairs here. Taking 10 of them will be extremely rewarding. Crippled Earth Team will only take 1 dragon nest. We will leave now. Chen Ziken frowned and said. Dream on. Dojan sneered. Everything here belongs to us. If you don't hand it over now, don't blame me for being merciless. Chen Ziken looked at Rose and said, Aren't you going to remember our past relationship? Rose's eyes gradually turned cold. Crippled Earth Team did help me a lot in the past, but I have more or less repaid those debt. If it was just my Rose Team, I could give you face. But I can't do anything for Styx Team and Dojan Team. Chen Ziken and the other 2 looked humiliated. Forget it, Ziken. Give them the things. Dichio said faintly. Humph, I should have taken them out long ago. Don't waste my time. Dojan sneered. Everyone looked at the 4 of them with mocking and gloating eyes. Chapter 433. Chapter 433 Death Compromise 1-on-1? Chen Ziken and the other 2 were shocked. Although they were very reluctant, the other side had 3 peak Dohuangs who had entered the first stage of life and death, and more than 40 Dohuangs who were above 6 stars. Any one of them was not easy to deal with. Ning Qi's words caused the 3's expressions to change. Ha ha! What did he say? This 5-star Do Huang wants to fight Brother Dojan 1-on-1. He's crazy. The members of the 3 teams laughed. If they were not afraid of being discovered by the dragon race, their laughter would have been 10 times louder. You want to fight me 1-on-1? A terrible aura suddenly surged out of Dojan and swept toward the 4 of them. Ning Qi bore the majority of it. Rose frowned slightly. She glanced at Chen Ziken and said, The newcomer you recruited seems to be a little arrogant. But for the sake of the past, I will give you another chance. Leave now, and I will spare his life today. Spare his life? What a joke. Dojan looked at Rose with dissatisfaction. That's right, Rose. This person provoked Dojan. If we don't teach him a lesson today, how will Dojan face when we return to Blue Moon Town? Mingi added fuel to the fire and sneered. Today I can't help you. Rose looked at Chen Ziken and sighed softly. Are you done with your nonsense? Ning Qi smiled. It seems that you can't wait. Dojan grinned. In order not to make too much noise, he only used 30% of his strength. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ning Qi and hit Ning Qi's chest with his palm. Everyone could feel that the air in the dragon nest seemed to instantly condense on his fist. Compared to Fong Mo, you are much worse. Ning Qi looked at Dojan's fist and slashed out with his blade. Horizon Moon Blade. At this moment, the aura on his body was even more terrible than Dojan's. Rose and Mingi were shocked. They immediately emitted fighting energy from their bodies and blocked the entire exit of the dragon nest to prevent Ning Qi's aura from spreading outside and being discovered by the dragon race. At the same time, the others looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of horror. They could feel the horror of this blade. It made their hearts palpitate. Dojan's face revealed a hint of surprise. Changing his fist into a palm, a pale blue Do Qi gushed out from his palm like a monstrous wave and bombarded the dragon slayer saber. Thud, thud, thud. Dojan retreated 7 or 8 steps, while Ning Qi remained standing where he was, looking at him indifferently. What kind of saber technique is this? How could he be so strong? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with fear. At the same time, most people's eyes were fixed on the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Qi's hand. How powerful! Brother Hua is actually able to exchange a blow with Dojan without being defeated. The way Chen Ziken and the other 2 looked at Ning Qi was instantly different. Previously, when Ning Qi killed the demonic bat dragon, they already knew that Ning Qi's actual combat power was much stronger than what he showed on the surface. However, They never thought that Ningqi was actually strong to this extent. Now, do you want us to take out our things and give them to you? Ningqi smiled at Dozhan. Dozhan's expression was very ugly. He said, I didn't expect the crippled Earth Squad to find an expert like you. I'll give you face today. You can leave. Leave? We're not leaving now. Chen Zikan took a step forward and smiled at Dozhan. What? Mingi, Rose, and Dozhan's expressions changed slightly. Mingi looked at Chen Zikan coldly and said, Don't think that just because he can exchange a blow with Dozhan, he can talk to us on equal terms. Your crippled Earth Squad is not qualified. Is that so? Then what if we accidentally cause a commotion when we leave? Although most of the dragon race in the Dragon Gathering Valley have left, there are still quite a number of dragon race left to look after the place. Can you guys handle them? Chen Zikan smiled and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Ningqi took a step back at the right time. It was obvious that he gave the right to speak to Chen Zikan. He also did not want to come here and earn a few refining god stones to return. He might as well refine mystic low-grade spirit cultivation pills in the low-grade cultivation training ground and sell them for money. Are you threatening us? Rose frowned and asked. Yes, I am threatening you guys, Chen Zikan admitted straightforwardly. With Ningqi around, the crippled Earth Squad was not afraid of being killed by the other party. Naturally, they had the right to speak. If they did not fight for some benefits for themselves at this time, they would be fools. Rose and the other two looked at each other and seemed to have a private discussion. Then Rose said, Okay, you guys can stay. But if the dragon race finds out about the commotion because of you, we will definitely not let the crippled Earth Squad go after we return to Blue Moon Town. Also, you have to hand over 50% of the things you get to us. 50%? What a joke. The things we get are ours. You guys can divide the things you get. It's none of our business. That's it. Get out of the way. Chen Zikan sneered. You. Rose's face showed a trace of anger. Mingi pulled her and then signaled for everyone to make way. Chen Zikan smiled and said to Ningqi and the other two, Let's go. After they left, Rose said coldly, Just now, the three of us attacked together. We could have killed them directly. That guy's saber technique is very strange. Even Dozhan was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. Can you be sure that the dragon race won't find out? Forget it. It's just 4 of them. They can't take much. Mingi said lightly. Let's go too. Don't let them get ahead of us, Dozhan said with an ugly expression. Ningqi and the other 3 visited several dragon lairs and gained a lot. One time, they were almost discovered by a rank 7 dragon race. It happened to fly in front of the dragon lairs. Ningqi and the other 3 were about to leave. If it were not for Ningqi's quick reaction, they would have been discovered. Occasionally, they would run into Rose and the others, but everyone had a tacit understanding that whoever arrived first would get the dragon lairs. There was no dispute. We have already searched several dragon lairs in the periphery. Why don't we go inside? The owners of the dragon lairs are all rank 7 dragon race. They have much more things than these rank 6 dragon race. Di-Yun suggested. No, that's too dangerous. Chen Zikan shook her head. Di-Chio also said, This time, it's enough. Let's stop while we're ahead. Just as Di-Yun was about to say a few more words, suddenly, a roar of the dragon race came from afar. At the same time, Ningqi and the other 3 saw Rose and the others flying in their direction in an extremely sorry state. Behind them, there were 3 rank 7 dragon race chasing closely. Damn it, they are so greedy. Di-Yun cursed subconsciously. Run. Chen Zikan reacted extremely quickly. Chapter 434. Surrounded. Damn ants, how dare you come to my Dragon Gathering Valley to steal things? All of you, go and die. Following the furious roar of a rank 7 dragon, a 7-star Do Huang from Mingi's group was turned into charcoal by the flames and fell to the ground. With a puff sound, he smashed onto the ground and turned into a pile of black powder. Seeing this, the others immediately used all their strength and flew towards the exit while perspiring profusely. Not good. A trace of shock appeared on Mingy's face because a few black dots had appeared at the exit. 5 rank 7 dragons were coldly sizing them up. We are finished. Ning Qi's group paused in midair. Di Yun's expression was very ugly. There were a few rank 7 dragons behind them and another 5 rank 7 dragons in front. There was no way to escape. We should have stopped long ago. Di Qiu sighed. Not long later, Mingy's group also flew to their side. Everyone formed a circle and cautiously looked at the rank 7 dragons that surrounded them. You bunch of ants are really too bold. One of the rank 7 dragons with the strongest aura roared at everyone. His voice seemed to have turned into a real sound wave that blew everyone's hair. Rank 7 Boss Dragon, Taotai Huge Dragon. Health points, 120,000. A total of 1,200,000 health points. Ning Qi exclaimed in his heart. Kill all of them. No, this is too easy on them. Capture them and make them into 108 delicacies according to their human diet. Oh, this suggestion is not bad. The group of rank 7 dragons looked at Ning Qi's group with eyes filled with ridicule. Everyone revealed a horrified expression when they heard this. When they thought of the torture they were about to endure, a few of them even peed their pants. A stench instantly permeated the air. No, don't kill me. I can do anything for you. Don't kill me. A 6-star Do Huang could not bear the gazes of these dragons and cried out in horror. Yes, I am willing to submit to your dragon race and help you pass messages to the human race. I only beg you to spare my life. Another Do Huang opened his mouth and said. He completely ignored the gazes of others and only wanted to preserve his own life. So what if he was a spy? As long as he did not become food for the Dragon Clan, he was willing to do anything. After all, it was not easy to obtain the cultivation of a Do Huang. He did not wish to lose his life in the hands of the Dragon tribe. He still wanted to become a Do Zong or even a Do Zun. The two who begged for mercy were both members of the combat team. As a result, Dozhan's expression turned extremely ugly. Hee hee, you're as timid as a mouse. Chen Zikan sneered. It's just death, yet he actually begs for mercy from the Dragon Clan. What a disgrace. Di Yun felt that he would definitely die today. Therefore, he abandoned the fear in his heart and coldly laughed at the 2 Do Huangs who were begging for mercy. Haha, you bunch of ants are really greedy for life and afraid of death. However, I can also give you a chance. How about this? I can let 10 of you live, and you can decide who will live and who will die. The Taotai dragon sneered. The other dragons looked at each other and seemed to think that this was quite interesting. They all jeered. Quick, I'll give you 10 minutes to decide. If you don't decide, all of you will die. Don't waste our time, filthy ant. Let the 10 of us live? Rose and the other 2 looked at each other. Although they knew that the dragon tribe in front of them could be playing with them, this was their only chance of survival. After the Taotai dragon spoke, Chen Zikan instinctively pulled Ning Qi and the 4 of them instantly pulled away from Mingy and the others. As expected, everyone's eyes were first looking at the 4 of them. Let's kill them first before talking? Mingy glanced at Ning Qi and smiled faintly at Rose and Dozhan. Yes. The 2 of them nodded. All of you are really pitiful. They are obviously playing with us. You are actually willing to believe in such an illusory promise and dare not fight with them. Chen Zikan said angrily. That's right. So what if they kill the 4 of us? There are over 40 of you. Won't you kill each other? Di Yun shouted. Everyone, if you have some brains, why don't you join forces and kill the 3 of them first? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live. Di Qing sneered. When the subordinates of Mingy and the other 2 heard that, their eyes gradually became serious and they subconsciously pulled away from Mingy and the other 2. In an instant, Rose, Mingy, and Dojan were also isolated. Are you going to rebel? Dojan looked at his subordinates angrily. Big brother, it said that only 10 of us are allowed to live. Won't you attack us? One of Dojan's subordinates looked at him solemnly and said, That's right. You will definitely not let us go. Then why don't we get rid of the 3 of you first? Then we will have a better chance of survival. Dojan's expression became more and more ugly. The same was true for Rose and Mingy's subordinate. A hint of impatience appeared on the Tautai dragon's face. Time is almost up. If you don't act now, all of you will die here. After 10 breaths you will escape downwards. Run as fast as you can. Chen Zikan and the other 2 suddenly received Ning Qi's voice transmission. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of doubt. Escape downwards? Would they be able to escape from the level 7 dragon clan just like that? Even though they were very doubtful, they could not help but look at each other when they saw a hint of confidence on Ning Qi's face. They made up their minds. Hey, I have a suggestion. Ning Qi smiled faintly. His voice was surging with fighting energy, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. What suggestion? Mingy and the other 2 frowned at Ning Qi. Why don't you discuss how to kill each other here? Why don't you discuss how to distribute the resources here later? Ning Qi said with a smile. He's crazy. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with anger in their eyes. At this time, he still said such words. Did he think that the dragon clan was too good-tempered? Sure enough, the Tautai dragon and the others were furious when they heard that. They looked at Ning Qi and said, Aunt, you want to distribute the resources here? Kill him first. Mingy and the other 2 looked anxious. After looking at each other, they immediately attacked Ning Qi. They did not want the dragon clan to be angry and kill all of them. 10 breaths are up. Chen Zikan and the other 2 flew straight to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ning Qi waved his hand, and 10 black dragon-slaying bullets instantly shot toward the Tautai dragon and the others. Then, he was hit by Mingy and the other 2 and fell rapidly to the ground. What is this? Chapter 435. Dragon Slayer bullets unleashed. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. Then a second, a third, finally, 10 mushroom clouds gathered together, flashing a dazzling light in the air. Oh my God, what is this? Di-Yun stood on the ground, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His face was filled with shock, and he did not even realize that saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 7 boss dragon, Tautai dragon. Because the host used external force that does not belong to the host's own strength, the host's experience points have been reduced by 5 times. You have obtained 400,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 7 elite dragon. Ding! Accompanied by a series of urgent system notifications, Ning Qi's experience points had reached the point where he could almost level up. He had killed all 9 rank 7 dragons. He had earned tens of thousands of Dragon Slayer coins alone, and there was even a gambling gift pack. Puff, puff, puff. First, the corpses of the dragons fell heavily to the ground, broken into pieces. Because they were hit by the Dragon Slayer marquee at close range, their bodies were carbonized. Then, the people from the other 3 squads were killed by the Dragon Slayer bullets, and some were seriously injured, falling to the ground one by one. Mingy was covered in blisters, and more than half of his hair was gone. After falling to the ground in a sorry state, he looked at Ning Qi in horror. What the hell is this? What the hell did he just throw out? It's so powerful that even a rank 7 dragon was instantly killed by him. If those things had landed directly on me. Mingy's fear deepened as he thought of this. Rose and Dojan were not in good shape either, especially Rose. As a woman, she was covered in burns and looked terrifying, like a monster that had just crawled out of boiling water. Those who were still alive looked at Ningqi in horror as they healed their wounds. However, they were finally relieved. At least their lives were saved. As for someone glanced at his teammates who had been killed by the Dragon Slayer bullets, and his eyes showed a hint of relief. Fortunately, they were far enough away from the dragons. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as them. Brother Hua, what was that? Diyun finally came back to his senses and asked Ningqi with a stutter. Chen Zikan and Diqiu were also curious. When Mingi and the others heard this, their ears immediately perked up. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning, Ningqi said casually. Oh right. There should be no more dragons in the Dragon Gathering Valley now. Chen Zikan was pleasantly surprised. Then aren't we? Diyun and Diqiu looked at each other with wild joy in their eyes. Only then did everyone realize that Ningqi's words about how to distribute the resources here were not nonsense. I'm afraid Brother Hua is not as simple as he seems. Diyun thought to himself. Is he really not a demon from the extraterrestrial demon realm? Chen Zikan's heart was once again filled with doubt, but this doubt was thrown to the back of her mind after a breath of time. So what if Ningqi was a demon from the extraterrestrial devil realm? He had already saved their lives twice in a row. Ever since she met Ningqi, her crippled Earth team's luck seemed to have taken a turn for the better. In just 2 days they had earned quite a lot. Well, why don't we discuss how to distribute the resources here? Mingi gave a dry laugh and said. Ningqi glanced at him and said mockingly, The 3 of you just attacked me, and now you want to get a piece of the pie? Aren't you afraid of ending up like this bunch of dragons? Mingi was slightly shocked, then he laughed awkwardly and said, Since that's the case, let's go. After saying that, he winked at his subordinates and flew towards the exit. When Rose and Dojan saw this, they were a little unwilling. After all, there were hundreds of dragon lairs in the entire Dragon Gathering Valley. If they searched all of them, the rewards would be very considerable. Unfortunately, they were afraid of the means that Ningqi used to kill the dragons and did not dare to stay any longer. They left with Mingi. After they left, Ningqi said to Chen Zikan, We don't know when the dragons in the Dragon Gathering Valley will return. Let's hurry up? Yes. Chen Zikan nodded happily. After searching for half a day, Ningqi and company left the Dragon Gathering Valley in disappointment. There were many dragon nests that were completely empty. They reckoned that the items were carried by the dragon race. After searching more than 100 dragon nests, they only obtained over 1,000 refining god stones. Ningqi got 400 of them. These refining divine stones are equivalent to slightly more than 40,000 Dragon Slayer coins. In addition to the Dragon Slayer coins from killing the Taotai dragon and the rest, I've obtained more than 50,000. This is only a day. It's impossible to obtain such a high reward in Dongxian. Ningqi calculated in his heart. Even when he was mining in the Red Sun Empire, the speed of obtaining Dragon Slayer coins was far from this place. It's a pity that I only have a month. After a month, I'll be automatically sent out of this place and back to the Cloud Rising sect. When they were about to return to Blue Moon Town, Ningqi said to Chen Zikan and the other 2, The 3 of you go back first. I still have something to do. Brother Hua, what's the matter? Do you need help? Diyun asked in surprise. No need. It's just a small matter. Ningqi smiled faintly. Diyun wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Chen Zikan. Chen Zikan cupped his fists at Ningqi and said, Brother Hua, if you have something to do, go ahead. We'll meet again in the future. Ningqi nodded with a smile and turned to leave. When Ningqi's figure disappeared from sight, Chen Zikan looked at Diqiu and asked, What do you think? Diqiu smiled faintly. I think the same as you. Diyun was confused. What are you guys talking about? Don't you think that Brother Hua is the same kind of person? Chen Zikan said softly. Diyun's eyes flashed with doubt when he heard that. After a few breaths, He suddenly lifted his head to look at the two of them and said in surprise, "You guys are saying that Brother Hua came from the extraterrestrial devil region?" It's very possible." Chen Ziken nodded. "Then we must inform the Heaven and Earth Pavilion about this," Di Yun said instinctively. "Why? He didn't harm us like what the Heaven and Earth Pavilion said? He even allowed us to obtain a considerable amount of refining God stone. This matter is just a suspicion. Whether it is true or not, we will know in a month." Chen Ziken said faintly. I heard that the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region will only appear for a month. After that, they will disappear without a trace. Even the Do-Di of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion will not be able to find traces of them. Di Qiu nodded and said. Di Yun felt that the two of them made sense. When he thought about how Ning Qi made his wallet thicker, he dispelled the idea of informing them. At the same time, Mingi and the other two who had returned to the Blue Moon Town appeared in the Myriad Hall. "We have something to report to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. It is related to the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region." Chapter 436. Chapter 436 of Course Skyfall River, related to the demon from the outer devil region? Lu Hui revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, he noticed the injuries on the trio. The three of them looked at each other and nodded their heads heavily. "Speak quickly," Lu Hui said joyfully. "Isn't it inconvenient to speak here?" Mingi frowned. Lu Hui said, "Follow me." After which, he brought the trio to a secret room in the Myriad Hall. "Other than me, no one else can hear what you are saying here. You can speak now," Lu Hui said faintly. The three of them took turns to recount what had happened. When he heard that the three of them had discovered the Dragon Gathering Valley, a hidden place of the Dragon Clan, Lu Hui's eyes flashed with joy. However, as he listened to the latter part of the story, his expression gradually darkened. "Are you saying that the newcomer from the Crippled Ground Squad is a demon from the outer devil region?" He looked at Mingi. Mingi nodded. "A 5-star Do Huang has the ability to instantly kill a rank 7 dragon. Moreover, he is not a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Therefore, the three of us guessed that he is a demon from the outer devil region." The corner of Lu Hui's mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. "Crippled Ground Squad, Crippled Ground Squad. Are you not going to die this time?" As long as it was related to the outer devil region, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion would pay attention to it. From the way he saw it, Chen Ziken's group would definitely not get off easy this time. "Alright, I understand. Don't speak nonsense when you go out. If the news is leaked, I will hold you responsible," Lu Hui said coldly. "What about the reward from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion?" Mingi hesitated for a moment before asking. "Reward? Once that fellow's identity is confirmed, the reward will naturally be given. At that time, you will get a share." Lu Hui frowned. "In that case, the three of us will wait for Elder Lu's good news," Mingi said with some dissatisfaction. After the trio left, Lu Hui had originally planned to report this matter to his superior, the first elder of the Myriad Hall. However, after some thought, he decided to bypass the first elder and pass the news to the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. After the news was spread, Lu Hui immediately led his men to find Chen Ziken's group in Lanyu Town. He glanced at the three of them and frowned. "Where's the new member of your crippled Earth Squad?" Seeing Lu Hui's menacing aura and the 4 guards from the All Things Hall behind him, each of them was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first life and death stage. A trace of vigilance flashed in Chen Ziken's eyes as he asked, "Elder Lu, do you need something from us? Let me ask you, where is the newcomer?" Lu Hui's voice turned cold and a faint, killing intent radiated from his body, locking onto the three of them. The expressions of Chen Ziken and the other two changed slightly. "He has something on and did not return to Blue Moon Town. May I know why Elder Lu is looking for him?" Chen Zicken said calmly. He didn't return to Blue Moon Town? Lu Hui's expression immediately turned ugly. He then ordered the guards behind him in a low voice, "Take them down!" "Lu Hui, what are you doing? Are you trying to avenge a personal grudge?" Chen Zicken and the other two jumped in fright. Before they could react, they were captured by the 4 guards. "Bring him back," Lu Hui sneered. He planned to go back and interrogate the 3 of them. Chen Zicken and the other 2 were captured and brought to the dungeon of the All Things Hall. "Lu Hui, what exactly do you want?" Chen Zicken looked coldly at Lu Hui and gritted his teeth. "Let me ask you, what is the name of the newcomer from your crippled Earth team? What is his background?" Lu Hui looked at the 3 of them and asked coldly. Chen Zicken and the other 2 exchanged glances. A trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Following which, Chen Zicken sneered and said, "His name is Hua Wushang. I don't know his background. Elder Lu, may I know what crime he has committed for you to capture the 3 of us here? If you don't give us a reason, we will definitely report you to the Blue Moon Army." "What crime did he commit?" Lu Hui sneered. "Is he a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region?" "No," Chen Zicken said decisively. "Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Give them some punishment." Lu Hui coldly ordered his subordinates behind him. His only goal was to make the 3 of them admit that Ning Qi was a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region. As for whether Ning Qi was one or not, it had nothing to do with him. "As long as you admit it, I will sentence you to death. By then, with Mingi and the other 2 as witnesses, that guy will be a demon even if he isn't one. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion will definitely reward me handsomely." Lu Hui thought to himself as he looked at the 3 of them. An hour later, "Lu Hui, how dare you extort a confession through torture? You will die a horrible death." Chen Zicken and the other 2 were covered in blood. Di Yun's fingernails had been plucked out. At this moment there was a bamboo tube on his neck that was bleeding profusely. "Are you still not going to admit it?" Lu Hui smiled at the 3 of them. Seeing that Di Yun was about to die from blood loss, Di Qiu sighed and said, "All right, I admit that he is a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region. However, this matter has nothing to do with the 3 of us. Elder Lu, please be merciful and let us go." Chen Zicken's expression was ugly, but he didn't refute. After all, it seemed like Lu Hui wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. No matter what, he was going to accuse the 3 of them. If they still didn't admit it, they might just lose their lives. Ha ha ha. "Alright, you heard him. Go get a portrait of that guy and get the Blue Moon Army to look for him." Lu Hui laughed maniacally as he instructed his subordinates behind him. These people were his trusted subordinates, so they knew what to say and what not to say. After receiving Lu Hui's instructions, they turned around and left. Meanwhile, Ning Qi had already arrived in front of a large river according to the route in the Jade Slip that Li Mengqi had given him. The name of this river in the Jade Slip was Tongtian River. It was said that this Tongtian River ran through the entire Withering Bones forbidden area and was thousands of meters wide. On the opposite side of the Tongtian River was the orchard with the dragon blood fruit. Ignoring the rank 8 Dragon Clan guards in the orchard, Ning Qi couldn't cross this river because there was a demonic beast in the river. The Jade Slip had specifically pointed out this demonic beast. This demonic beast was extremely frightening. Its rank was unknown, but other than the Dragon Clan, if any other race dared to cross the river, they would most likely end up in the stomach of this demonic beast and become its food. One could only sneak across when it was sleeping. However, there was no fixed time for its sleep. At this moment, Ning Qi wasn't the only one who was entangled. In his vision, there was a group of people entangled in front of this river. Among this group of people, there were faces that Ning Qi was familiar with. Fang Mo, Fang Bai. Other than these 2, there were 7 or 8 Peak Do Huangs who had entered the first life and death stage, and 1 Peak Do Huang who had entered the second life and death stage. There were both men and women among them. Looking at where everyone was standing, it was obvious that the Peak Do Huang who had entered the second life and death stage was their leader. Chapter 437. To tremble with cold. Fong Mo, you've been here once. I heard that Dongfang Lingluo of the Dongfang family led the way. How did you guys cross this Tongtian River last time? The Peak Do Huang who had stepped into the second stage of life and death looked at Fong Mo and said indifferently. Ning Qi glanced at his attribute. Ding family. Ding Lai level. Peak Do Huang of the second stage of life and death cultivation method. Lower heaven level 9 revolutions pill concealment method martial skill. Lower heaven level eternal raging fire health points. 600000. This Ding clan was obviously the Ding clan, one of the 9 great clans. Last time we had a total of 18 people. In the end, only 9 people successfully crossed this river. The other 9 people were swallowed by that demonic beast. Fong Mo said with a pale face. Just thinking of that scene made his whole body tremble. The aura of that demonic beast was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the Do Xing ancestor of the family. There's no way? Can't we go around this river? Ding Lai said with a frown. At that time we were divided into 2 teams, one in the south and one in the north. That demonic beast seemed to be one with this river. It was very fast. If one person crossed the river alone, there was no time to buy time for the other person. Only 8 or 9 people could delay it for about a breath. Fong Mo said. In that case, Ding Lai fell into deep thought. Someone suggested, why don't we let the demonic beast try first? After saying that, an incomparably huge ape appeared beside him. It was 10 feet tall, and there was a strange flame burning at its tail. Rank 6 demonic beast, flaming ape. But as soon as this flaming ape appeared, its face revealed a look of horror. It looked at the trembling Tongtian River, and in the next moment, it disappeared from where it stood. What? Even your flaming ape was so scared that it directly returned to the demonic pet space? Are the demonic beasts in this river that terrifying? Fong Mo's face revealed a faint mocking expression. Don't think about letting the demonic pets help us explore the way. They don't dare to approach Tongtian River at all. Then why don't we give up this mission? No, I must get the dragon blood fruit this time. Ding Lai suddenly raised his head and said. Why? There are many ways to raise one's cultivation base. Even if we don't get the dragon blood fruit this time, and don't get the reward from the family, we just need to kill more dragons here and obtain some ancient spirit herbs and fruits that Dongxian doesn't have. That should be enough to raise our cultivation base. Fong Bai frowned. Fong Bai is right. Someone nodded in agreement. Ding Lai swept his cold gaze across the crowd and sneered. Do you guys know that in order to raise the cultivation bases of their paragons, the 3 major dragon races have issued a death order? If they can't gather 100 dragon blood fruits within 5 years, they'll choose a random family clan as punishment and annihilate the entire clan. What? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Fong Mo also looked at Ding Lai in disbelief. Why haven't I heard of this before? If it's true, the elders in the family would definitely tell us. Don't worry. You will know this news after you leave the Dry Bones Forbidden Area. The reason why I knew about it before you did is that there is an ancestor of my bloodline who is personally serving the patriarch. He was present when the messengers from the 3 dragon clans came. Ding Lai sneered. The crowd had no choice but to accept the shocking news after hearing Ding Lai's word. Damn the dragon clan. Do they think they can annihilate the 9 super clans just like that? Fong Bai gritted his teeth. Alright, we'll also split into 2 teams and cross the river. Whether we live or die, it's up to fate, Ding Lai said. The crowd's expression turned serious when they heard that. The 3 major dragon clans are so overbearing? Without enough dragon blood fruits, they'll choose a random family from the 9 super clans to be annihilated? Ning Qi was shocked after hearing that. At the same time, he felt a surge of anger. Although he had nothing to do with the 9 superclans, they were all humans. It was inevitable that they would be interdependent. At that moment, Fang Mo and the rest had split into 2 teams. One headed south while the other headed north. They were ready to cross the river. I wonder if my mystic-grade invisibility talisman will work. Ning Qi was a little worried that his invisibility talisman would be ineffective against the demonic beasts in the Skyfall Cascade. However, seeing that Fang Mo and the rest were about to cross the river, if he didn't seize this opportunity, he would be in great danger when he crossed the river alone. Ning Qi gritted his teeth and touched the earring that Meng Qingling had given him. This earring had increased his health by 200,000. No matter what, he wouldn't be killed so easily by a demonic beast in the Skyfall Cascade, would he? With this thought in mind, Ning Qi snuck over to Fang Mo's team. Fang Mo was afraid that Fang Bai would be swallowed by the demonic beast along with him, so he had Fang Bai follow Ding Lai. At that moment, Fang Mo didn't notice Ning Qi standing beside him. The 2 teams looked at each other, and in the next moment, they flew toward the opposite bank of the Skyfall Cascade. Ning Qi followed closely behind Fang Mo. As they flew, he looked down warily at the turbulent Skyfall Cascade below. He didn't know when the demonic beast would suddenly appear. At the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. There was a hint of fear in those eyes, as if something had struck fear into it and made it tremble. Both sides moved at high speed. The distance of 1,000 zhang was covered in the blink of an eye. Even when they reached the opposite bank of the Skyfall Cascade, the legendary demonic beast still hadn't shown itself. Everyone gathered together and looked at the Skyfall Cascade with a look of relief on their faces. Could it be that the demonic beast is sleeping and didn't notice us? Fang Bai exclaimed in surprise. That's possible, but it might have gone out. Ding Lai said calmly. In any case, we've hit the jackpot this time. Perhaps stealing the dragon blood fruit will go smoothly. Someone laughed. Let's hope so. Ding Lai turned around and looked at a mountain shrouded in clouds in the distance. That was their target this time, the orchard with the dragon blood fruit. At the foot of the mountain, in a hidden place with its back to the sun. Fang Mo and the others were discussing in low voices as they looked up at the orchard at the top of the mountain. The last time I was here, there was a rank 8 dragon, 10 rank 7 dragons, and more than 100 rank 6 dragons in the orchard. There were also some human cultivators under the control of the dragon race guarding the orchard. However, these dragons were sleeping all day long. More importantly, some of those humans were 6-star dozongs and above. If we really fight, I can only handle one of them. Fang Mo said in a low voice. The dragon race is easy to deal with. Their brains aren't very good and they only have brute force. As for the 6-star dozongs you mentioned, how many of them are there? Ding Lai said in a low voice. About a dozen. Fang Mo said. I can handle 3 of them. Ding Lai said in a low voice. His ranking on the dragon ranking was much higher than Fang Mo's. After a round of discussion, they decided on the number of people each person could handle. With confidence in their hearts, they sneaked up to the orchard at the top of the mountain. Chapter 438. Stealing Spirit Fruits. Ants, look after the spirit fruits here. Don't let the humans steal them again. Otherwise, Lord Jilo will not let you off. In the spirit orchard at the top of the mountain, a 7th-grade dragon patrolled for a while, then looked down at the human slaves and threatened. These human slaves were all experts captured by the dragon tribe during the war with the dragon tribe in Blue Moon Town. They were willing to become the dragon tribe's slaves to save their lives. Don't worry, Lord. We will do our best to protect the spirit fruits here. The human slaves hurriedly cupped their hands. But with that being of Tongtian River here, it won't be easy for you ants to come here. I'm going to take a nap. Don't you slack off. The rank 7 giant dragon taunted them for a while before flapping its wings and flying away. Sigh, when will these days come to an end? Why don't we escape? A few days ago, Luo Qianjun was swallowed by them because he slept for a while. If this continues, we won't live for long. Why don't we escape? But even if we escape from the dragon tribe, the demonic beast of Tongtian River won't let us off. If we can't cross the Tongtian River and return to Blue Moon Town, everything will be in vain. Those fellows who came to steal the spirit fruits were divided into two groups. Let's do the same. Anyway, we'll take a gamble and see who's luckier. All right. Spread the word. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. After making up their minds, the news soon reached the ears of every human slave in the spirit fruit garden. Since they were going to escape, they ignored the risk of death and looted the spirit fruit garden. However, because they were afraid of being discovered by the dragon tribe, they did not go for the more important spirit fruits, such as the dragon blood fruit. They only looted the spirit fruits in the periphery and fled toward the foot of the mountain. Someone's here. Hide. Ding Lai and the others hid immediately. Then, they watched as a large group of Do Zongs and Do Huangs passed by them and ran toward the Tongtian River. Ding Lai and the others only dared to move after they disappeared from their sight. What's going on? Did these human guards betray us? Then it'll be easier for us to steal the dragon blood fruit. Fang Mo's face showed a hint of joy. This bunch of dragons are so undisciplined. Their subordinates are running away just like that. No wonder they would come here every time they come to the Withered Bones Forbidden Land. Ning Qi sneered in his heart. Subsequently, he followed Ding Lai and the others to the spiritual orchard at the top of the mountain. As Ding Lai and the others were afraid of being discovered by the Dragon Clan, their movements were very cautious. Seeing this, Ning Qi directly passed them and swept into the depths of the orchard. Along the way, he occasionally saw dragons sleeping beside some rare spirit fruits. However, these spirit fruits weren't his target, so Ning Qi didn't touch them. The deeper he went, the higher the ranks of the dragons he saw. Finally, Ning Qi arrived at the deepest part of the spirit fruit garden. There was a towering tree that reached up to the heavens. The branches and leaves on the tree were lush, and he could vaguely see over 10 red fruits hanging from it. These fruits were very strange and looked very similar to the dragons. On the red skin, there were deep red lines that looked like blood lines. These lines on the fruits coincidentally looked very similar to dragon scales. If one didn't look closely, they would look like young dragons hanging on the tree. Next to this towering tree, there was an incomparably huge dragon sleeping. The 300-meter-tall tree seemed a little small next to this huge dragon. The huge dragon's mouth opened and closed as it snored. Its snores were like rolling thunder. Dragon blood fruit! Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of joy when he saw these fruits. The incomparably precious dragon blood fruit was right in front of him, as though it was within his reach. However, when Ning Qi took a step closer, the rank 8 huge dragon's snores seemed to become softer. Ning Qi hurriedly took a step back. Middle grade Xian Invisibility Talisman. Lasts for 240 hours. Price: 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Those below a Do Zun cannot detect it. Upper Xian Invisibility Talisman. Lasts for 24 hours. Price: 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Anyone below the Do Sheng level will not be able to detect it. Ning Qi pondered for a moment before spending 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins to purchase an Upper Xian Invisibility Talisman and slapped it on himself. Then, he took a tentative step toward the Dragon Blood Fruit Tree. Ning Qi's eyes were constantly observing the rank 8 huge dragon's reaction. When he realized that its snores were still as loud as ever and that it had not detected anything, Ning Qi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then carefully walked to the side of the dragon blood fruit tree and climbed up it easily. 1, 2, 3 Ning Qi smiled as he put the dragon blood fruits into his space bag. Ding Lai and the others appeared after he put away the 10th one. There are 3 dragon blood fruits on the tree. We've come at the right time. Fong Bai looked at the last 3 dragon blood fruits on the tree in surprise. At this moment, Ning Qi's palm was just about to pick the 11th dragon blood fruit when he realized that Fong Bai's eyes were fixed on him. He had no choice but to give up on this dragon blood fruit. Otherwise, Fong Bai would discover it and cause unnecessary trouble. 10 is enough. I'll leave some soup for you guys. Ning Qi smiled and climbed down from the tree. He walked out of the orchard. When he passed by Ding Lai and the others, they did not react at all. There have only been 2 dragon blood fruits in the past, but there are 3 this time? Ding Lai's face lit up with joy. Then, he took out a bag of powder and sprinkled it at the rank 8 great dragon. The powder was sucked into the rank 8 great dragon's stomach, and its snores seemed to grow louder. The sleeping powder is working. Let's go and pick the dragon blood fruits and leave this place quickly. The sleeping powder only lasts for 5 minutes. It will wake up when the time is up, Ding Lai said in a low voice. Fong Mo immediately went up the tree and plucked all 3 dragon blood fruit. Everyone held their breaths and watched the 8th grade giant dragon guarding the dragon blood fruits warily. They only breathed a sigh of relief when Fong Mo handed the dragon blood fruits to Ding Lai. Don't leave the dragon blood fruits with me alone. Fong Mo, you carry one. Jiang Ting, you carry one. Ding Lai distributed the 3 dragon blood fruit. It was best not to put all the eggs in one basket. If the basket broke, all the eggs would be smashed. After that, everyone returned to the Skyfall River the way they came. The operation this time was very successful. It would be perfect as long as they crossed the Skyfall River and returned to Blue Moon Town. Ning Qi had been waiting for them. After all, he did not know if the beast at the bottom of the Skyfall River had woken up. It would be too obvious if he crossed the river alone. Fong Mo, Ding Lai, and the others split into 2 groups and crossed the river from the north and south. This time, it was also very successful. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. Portrait. Haha, looks like the Skyfall River's monster is really not at home. After Fong Bai landed, he turned to look at the Skyfall River happily. This operation was very successful. Perhaps it's a blessing from the heavens. Ding Lai smiled. Let's go. Let's not stand here and talk. That rank 8 dragon is about to wake up. Let's return to Blue Moon Town first. Fong Mo said. Okay. Ning Qi ran faster than them, and had long since run in the direction of Blue Moon Town. About 5 minutes later, the rank 8 dragon beside the towering tree slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt his nose itch and sneezed. Then, he turned to look at the tree. Where are the dragon blood fruits? There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he let out an angry roar. Damn ants! The sleeping dragons in the orchard heard this roar and woke up one after another. They flew to the towering tree. When they realized that there was not a single dragon blood fruit left on the tree, they also let out angry roars. How could ants break in? Why? The rank 8 dragon suddenly looked at his subordinates, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, a rank 6 dragon flew over in a panic and roared, "Those lowly slaves are gone! They ran away! Damn it! 13 dragon blood fruits! Tomorrow, Lord Jilo will come to collect the fruit. Now that the dragon blood fruits are gone, how are we going to explain this?" The rank 8 dragon revealed an expression of anger and fear. "Lord, they must have escaped to Blue Moon Town. Let's chase after them," a dragon suggested. Not long after, dozens of giant dragons flew in the direction of Blue Moon Town under the lead of this rank 8 dragon. Blue Moon Town. When Ning Qi returned, he found that there were more Blue Moon soldiers guarding the town gate than before. The inspection was also stricter. Everyone who entered or left the town had to go through the inspection of several soldiers before they could pass. Did something happen in Blue Moon Town? Ning Qi thought to himself. Then, He walked past the soldiers and entered Blue Moon Town. No one could see him because his invisibility talisman was still in effect. Have you seen this person before? Not far away from Ningqi, a small group of soldiers was stopped by a few soldiers. They held a portrait in their hands and questioned the people in the group. Oh, I've never seen him before. I don't know. You really haven't seen him before? The soldiers stared at the group warily. Their gazes were as sharp as knives, as if they were judging whether their words were true or not. Among them, one of them had a slight change in expression, but it was only for a moment, so the soldiers didn't notice it. That person looked at the portrait with a blank expression and shook his head. Ningqi walked in front of them and glanced at the portrait. He frowned slightly. The person in the portrait was none other than him. Why are the Blue Moon Army looking for me? Could it be that my identity was leaked? Ningqi thought to himself. After thinking about it, if he was really suspected to be a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region, it could only be because of the Dragon Gathering Valley. Sticks, Rose, Dojan. Wait, if they're looking for me, Chun Zikin and the others are probably already in trouble. Ningqi immediately turned and left, heading for the inn he had stayed in previously. He wanted to see if his guess was correct. Two members of the squad that had been stopped and questioned by the soldiers looked at each other. Ningqi's identity seems to have been exposed. Damn it, this will implicate us. As long as the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth has any suspicions, they will send experts over to investigate. We won't be able to hide our origins for long. Then we can only leave Blue Moon Town. That's the only way. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other. At the inn, Ningqi looked around but couldn't find any traces of the three. Instead, he found a few people who seemed to be from the Blue Moon Army. They seemed to be monitoring the room he had stayed in previously. By now, Ningqi was almost certain that Chen Zikin and the others had been captured. This started because of me. I can't just stand by and watch. Ningqi sighed inwardly and left the inn. In the Rose Courtyard, that guy didn't return with Chen Zikin and the others. Lu Hui hasn't caught him yet. We're too anxious about this matter, Mingi frowned. Are you afraid that he will sneak into Blue Moon Town to kill you? Moreover, he doesn't know that we're the ones who gave him the information. Chen Zikin and the others have already been tortured. If the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region want revenge, they will only attack the three of them. Rose sneered. As soon as she returned to Blue Moon Town, she went to buy the best skin healing medicine. Now, the blisters on her body were not so obvious. It was estimated that in another month or so, she would be able to recover her previous beauty. That's right, Mingi. You're getting more and more timid as you live. Dojan said with a mocking face. Haha, I'm just thinking about our safety. The demons from the extraterrestrial devil region have many strange tricks. Even the old monsters from the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth can't track their whereabouts. Aren't you afraid that he has already received the news and sneaked into this courtyard? Mingi sneered. My Rose Courtyard not only has dozens of Do Huang guarding the door, but also a rank 7 demonic pet, Howling Sun Hound. Even a Do Zone can forget about sneaking in quietly. Rose said coldly. Is that so? A voice rang out behind the three of them. The three of them instantly turned deathly pale. A chill ran down their spines and a thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The three of them slowly turned around and saw Ningqi looking at them with a faint smile on his face. How did you get in? Rose swallowed her saliva and said in disbelief. Mingi and Dojan exchanged glances. They wanted to attack Ningqi, but when they thought of Ningqi's unpredictable tricks, which could even kill a rank 7 dragon in an instant, they immediately lost the courage to attack. They could only look at Ningqi while sweating profusely. Maybe your Howling Sun Hound has caught a cold recently and its nose isn't very good. That's how I walked in. Ningqi smiled and said, I heard the conversation between the three of you just now. This is a misunderstanding. I can explain. Rose said in a low voice. There's no need to explain. Actually, you're right. I'm a demon from the extraterrestrial devil region. Ning-Chi smiled. Seeing that Ning-Chi admitted it so straightforwardly, the three of them were a little nervous. Would Ning-Chi attack the three of them next? Thinking of this, the three of them became alert and prepared to escape at any time. Now you have a chance to save your lives. Chapter 440. Avicii Temple. The three of them were hesitant. It was not that they didn't want to say it, but they didn't dare to. If the Heaven and Earth Pavilion knew that they had helped the demons of the extraterrestrial devil area to break out the prison, they would not end well. Their cultivation would be destroyed, but they would be locked in the prison of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion until they died of old age. That would be worse than death. It's such a simple question. Why are you hesitating? If you don't say it, then go to hell. Ning-Chi smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Mingy and the other two were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They quickly said in unison, "We'll say it." They were afraid that Ning-Chi had a trick to kill a rank 7 dragon in a second. Well, that's right. Ning-Chi smiled. Later, Mingy gave a detailed description of the place where Chen Ziken and the other two were imprisoned. Ning-Chi took some time out from time to ask Rose and Dojun. When he found that the three of them were consistent, Ning-Chi got up and was ready to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned his head to look at the three of them and said, "I let you go last time, but you went to inform the All Things Hall. You won't inform Lu Hui after I leave this time, will you?" No, of course not. We told you where Chen Ziken was imprisoned. If we inform Lu Hui, we will also be arrested by the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Mingy hurriedly said. Well, I hope so. Remember, don't do it more than 3 times. Ning-Chi smiled. Then he pushed the door open and disappeared in front of the three of them. What kind of trick is this? Did he sneak in like this? Mingy and Rose looked at each other in shock. Can you sense his aura? At this time, Dojun quickly walked to the door, looked around, and then closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes with a blank face and said to the two, I can't feel it. This kind of body movement is too terrible. Rose shook her head. Ning-Chi stood beside the three of them. After confirming that they had no intention of snitching on him, he let them go. If the three of them had the slightest intention of snitching on him, he would have killed them without hesitation. Then, he would have thought about how to rescue Chen Ziken and the others. Following the route given by the trio, Ning-Chi entered the Hall of All Things. After making several turns, he finally arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard had another name in Lan Yu Town, Avicii Courtyard. That was because those who were captured and brought into this courtyard basically had no possibility of being released. Hence, to them, this courtyard was like hell. It's obvious that Lu Hui has captured Chen Ziken and the other two here to lock them up or kill them. Half of it is because of me, and the other half is probably because of the grudge between him and the crippled Earth Squad. Ning-Chi walked around the A-by courtyard and finally found a secret passage in one of the rooms. This secret passage was not concealed at all, and one could see the stairs leading downwards. Are they worried that someone will come and rescue them? Ning-Chi thought to himself. From this, it could be seen that the Hall of All Things was a subordinate of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Their confidence in themselves had reached a certain level. Ning-Chi entered the secret passage and walked all the way down. After walking for about 500 or 600 steps, his eyes suddenly opened up. This prison was very large. There were a total of 4 sides, and each side had more than 100 prisons of different sizes. There were more than 400 prisons in total. Not only were humans locked up, but there were even dragons locked up in a few of them. In the center of this place, 3 dozongs sat cross-legged. Their eyes were tightly shut, and they ignored the noisy environment outside as they meditated and cultivated. Ning-Chi noticed that when the imprisoned dragons lost their temper and rammed against the metal bars. The metal bars that were made of some unknown metal would emit electric arcs, causing the rank 7 dragons to cry out in pain. Subsequently, the prisoners in the neighboring cells laughed loudly. "Damned ants, if you don't let me out, Lord Giello will flatten this place one day." A rank 7 low-level dragon roared angrily. "Ha ha, little lizard, you are also a prisoner now, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Be careful that the people from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion will slaughter you and make you into a delicacy for us." A prisoner whose hair was about to touch the ground laughed wildly. His line of sight was coincidentally able to see the dragons. The aura on this person was very frightening, probably even stronger than the 3 guards sitting in the middle. Ning Qi glanced at him and found that he was a 9-star dozong. Such an existence was also imprisoned here, obediently. It was likely that it would be difficult to get out of this place. Ning Qi scanned his surroundings as he thought. Finally, he found Chun Ziken and the other 2 in a cell in the corner. The 3 of them were hung on the wall, their bodies covered with wounds. Among them, Di Yun's wounds were the most frightening. From his face to his feet, there were more than 100 wounds the size of a baby's mouth. If he did not look carefully, Ning Qi would not be able to recognize that this person was Di Yun. He had been tortured to the point of changing his appearance. This cell was the same as the others. There were electric arcs flashing on the bars. In the middle of the bars there was something that looked like a keyhole. Seeing this, Ning Qi's gaze once again landed on the 3 guards in the middle. There was a bunch of keys on their waist. These keys could probably remove the electric arcs on the bars. Stealing keys from 3 dozongs. After thinking about it, Ning Qi gave up on this idea. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he approached Chen Ziken and the other 2 and transmitted his voice. "Are you still awake? It's me." The eyelids of the 3 moved slightly. "Don't be surprised. Don't let anyone see through you. It's Hua Wushang. Why is he here?" A monstrous wave rose in the hearts of Chen Ziken and the other 2. As the 3 did not know where Ning Qi was, they were unable to transmit their voice. Ning Qi continued to transmit his voice. "I already know about your situation. Lu Hui will not let you off. Therefore, I am going to bring you out now." "How is he going to bring us out? This is the A by courtyard." A trace of panic appeared on Chen Ziken's face. It was very likely that the only outcome would be to drag Ning Qi into this. Therefore, she shook her head slightly, indicating for Ning Qi to leave. "Don't worry. Just don't move around." Ning Qi transmitted his voice. After which, he bought 3 mystic low-grade invisibility talismans from the dragon-slaying mall and flicked them on the 3 of them. In an instant, the 3 of them disappeared into thin air. At this moment, one of the guards seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Where did the 3 fellows that Lu Hui captured go? Did Lu Hui take them away? What? Chapter 441. Prison Break. Where are they? We have been here the whole time. It is impossible for them to disappear right under our noses. Then what is going on? The 3 of them looked at each other and stood up. At this moment, the other prisoners realized that Chen Ziken and the other 2 had disappeared. They were shocked and immediately started to jeer. "Ha ha ha, Ouyang brothers, you must be blind. How could you let them escape from ABI courtyard? What a joke. Get me a glass of water. What a joke. I remember there were 3 puny Do Huangs locked up in there. They actually escaped from under their noses. None of you will be able to escape when the All Things Hall interrogates you." Those 3 seemed to be related to the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region. "The 3 Ouyang brothers, you're done for. It looks like it won't be long before you have to come in and accompany us. All of you shut up." Ouyang Daiha growled, took out the key from his waist, and pointed it at them, only to see the fence suddenly burst out with arcs of electricity, electrocuting the guys who were causing the commotion, causing them to jump up and down, screaming endlessly. But their mouths did not let the 3 Ouyang brothers off, still mocking and cursing them. "Big brother, ignore them first. Let's go and see what is going on. If they really disappeared, Lu Wei will definitely take the opportunity to blame it on us," Ouyang Daibao and Ouyang Daihu advised in a low voice. Ouyang Daiha kept the key and walked towards Chen Zikan and the other two with a cold expression. They observed from outside the bars for a few moments before Ouyang Daiha personally took out the key and opened the door. Ning Qi had been hiding about 10 feet away from them. The 3 did not notice him at all. After they opened the door, Ning Qi followed them in and gave Chen Zikan and the other two a look. Now that they had the invisibility talisman, they could see Ning Qi's figure. "Where is he? Is he really gone?" Ouyang Daibao looked around. The entire prison was empty. "They can't see us?" Chen Zikan and the other two looked at each other in shock. They finally understood why Ning Qi was so confident in bringing them out. They were all shocked by Ning Qi's methods. At the same time, they could not help but think of Ning Qi's identity. "Brother Hua, I'm afraid he's really from the extraterrestrial demon realm. However, it's different from what the people from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion said. He's not ferocious at all. He even came to save us personally," Diyun thought excitedly. At this time, Ning Qi flicked his finger, and a gust of wind shot towards the bars of another cell. When the 3 of them heard this movement, they subconsciously appeared in front of the bars where Ning Qi's gust of wind had created a dent. They frowned and looked at the dent. "What is this? There seems to be an aura of Do Qi on it. Hey, you, come here." "Was there any movement here just now?" Ouyang Daihu growled at the prisoners in the cell. The prisoner was a little afraid of the 3 of them. After hearing Ouyang Daihu's low growl, he was so scared that his whole body shivered. He walked to the bars in fear and shook his head like a rattled drum. "No, no, now is the time." After the 3 of them were lured away by his finger wind, Ning Qi used the Dragon Slayer saber to cut the shackles on Chen Zikan and the other 2 into 2. "Quick, follow me!" Ning Qi shouted in a low voice and fled outside with Chen Zikan and the other 2. Clang! What's that sound? Where is it? The sound of the shackles breaking. Not good. They haven't left just now. Ouyang Daiha and the other 2's expressions changed greatly. They immediately returned to the cells of Chen Zikan and the other 2. Sure enough, they saw the shackles scattered on the ground. The cut was very flat, and there was a trace of heat. Obviously, it had just been cut. Chase. Ouyang Daiha finally reacted. The 3 of them were probably played by some strange little trick. His 2 younger brothers also reacted quickly. As soon as Ouyang Daiha said chase, they rushed to the steps. "Stick to the wall." Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Halfway through their journey, the 4 of them immediately stuck close to the wall. They watched helplessly as the 2 brothers, Ouyang Daihu and Ouyang Daibao, crazily rushed past them. "There's one more." The wind whistled, blowing everyone's long hair. Ouyang Daiha ran past them. "Let's go. They can't see us." Ning Qi smiled at Chen Zikan and the other 2. The 3 of them were somewhat dumbfounded, unable to react. Their hearts were filled with questions, but they also knew that this was not the time to ask. "When we leave this place, we must ask Brother Hua how he did it. 3 grandmasters can't even detect us," Chen Zikan and the other 2 thought. Soon, under Ning Qi's lead, the 4 of them successfully left a Bai courtyard. "You guys can't stay in Lanyu town any longer. Hurry up and leave. I still have some matters to attend to." "I'll be leaving too." Ning Qi waved at the 3. "Brother Hua, why don't we leave together?" Diyun said in a low voice. "Yes, Lu Wei has been looking for you. For the reward from Heaven and Earth Pavilion, he won't let you go." Di Qiu nodded. Chen Zikan looked at the people coming and going in front of him, but no one noticed them. Surprised, he said to Ning Qi, "Young Master Hua, Lu Hui has already passed the news to Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Soon, experts from Heaven and Earth Pavilion will come. At the very least, they will be at the warrior level. You must be careful. There were 108 warrior generals in Heaven and Earth Pavilion. All of them were genius dozuns who were nearly invincible among those of the same rank. That was why they could obtain such a title. They were extremely frightening. Even if they couldn't compare to Jilo, they weren't too far off. Ning Qi smiled at Chen Ziken. Yes, I know what to do. Then we'll leave first. Chen Ziken nodded solemnly at Ning Qi. After which, he led the somewhat unwilling Di Yun and Di Qiu away. Ning Qi watched their figures disappear from his field of vision before he smiled and returned to the Avicii courtyard. At this moment, a Bai courtyard was very lively. Not only was Lu Hui there, but a few elders from Wanwu Hall were also there. They stood together with Ouyang Daihe and his two brothers, respectfully standing in front of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was over 9 feet tall. His muscular arms were thicker than a woman's waist. He wore bronze armor. On the 2 shoulders of this armor, there were 2 small beasts that looked like qilins. Ning Qi's eyes stared blankly at these 2 qilin small beasts. Low-grade spiritual god stones. This amount is equivalent to 4 pieces. As expected, this dry bones forbidden ground not only has refining god stones, but also pure spiritual god stones. Wild joy surged in Ning Qi's heart. After which, he glanced at this middle-aged man's attribute. Yuji General of the Blue Moon Army's Dragon-Slaying Camp. Hong Jujin Level, 1-star Do Zun Cultivation Method. Superior Earth Rank Crimson Flame Diamond Body Martial Technique. Superior Earth Rank Mountain Splitting Palm. Chapter 442. Battle Generals, tell me, how did the 3 of them escape? Hong Jujian looked coldly at Lu Hui. Lu Hui's expression was extremely ugly. He had just informed Hong Jujian to help search for Ning Qi's whereabouts, but Chen Ziken and the other 2 had vanished from the Avicii court. At the thought of this, he looked at Ouyang Daihe and said coldly, General Hong, I'm afraid we have to ask the 3 Ouyang brothers about this. Ouyang Daihe lowered his head. His expression was a little awkward as he said, General Hong, the 3 of us have been guarding the Avicii courtyard. However, in the blink of an eye, those 3 fellows disappeared. We don't know what method they used. Disappeared in the blink of an eye, Hong Jujin repeated in a low voice. Then, his eyes turned extremely cold as killing intent emanated from his body. He bellowed at everyone, when the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's battle general arrives, are you going to tell him the same thing? Lu Hui and the rest lowered their heads in silence. Humph, what a piece of trash. Hong Jujian snorted coldly. What are you waiting for? Seal. No matter what, you have to find the 3 of them. Otherwise, you will have to explain yourselves to the battle generals of the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth. Lying about military intelligence is not a small matter. If the battle general has a good temper, he might not bother with you. But if he has a bad temper, I don't need to tell you. You know the consequences, right? Yes, we understand, General Hong. Lu Hui and the rest hurriedly cupped their fists. At the same time, a dragon's roar sounded from outside Blue Moon Town. Damned ants, get out here. If you don't hand over the dragon blood fruits that you stole, I'll make Blue Moon Town suffer. What's going on? Hong Jujian revealed a look of shock. This voice belongs to the rank 8 dragon giant spirit general from the Spirit Fruit Garden? Who stole the dragon blood fruits from the Spirit Fruit Garden. Damn it. Could it be a fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region? Lu Hui whispered. Hong Jujin suddenly revealed a look of joy. Ah, that's right. It must be a fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region. I don't know why, but they like the dragon blood fruits that are useless to us humans. It must be them. When the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's battle general arrives, they will have this as evidence. It will prove that a fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region has appeared in Blue Moon Town. When Ouyang Daiha and the others heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Yes. This way, even if they couldn't catch Chen Zikan and the others, it would be enough to prove that they didn't lie to claim credit. Let's go and see how many dragons the giant spirit general has brought over this time. If we can take down the giant spirit general before the battle general arrives, it will be a great merit. Hong Jiujin laughed loudly and waved his hand. Following that, Lu Hui and company followed Hong Jiujin to the outskirts of Blue Moon Town. The dragon clan is really fast. Ningqi looked at their backs and rubbed his nose. He had originally planned to find a chance to get rid of Lu Hui before leaving Blue Moon Town. Now, it seemed like there was no chance. The dragon clan valued the dragon blood fruits so much. Now that they had lost 13 of them, the battle in Blue Moon Town would probably last for a long time. Ningqi thought about it and left the place. Fortunately, they almost caught up to us. Ding Lai, Fang Mo, and the others had just entered Blue Moon Town when the giant spirit general rushed over with a large group of dragons. If they were late by the time it took an incense stick to burn, they would probably be caught by the giant spirit general. Let's go. We can't stay in Blue Moon Town for long. Ding Lai said. Okay. Fang Mo nodded. Suddenly, Fang Bai pointed at a portrait on the wall and exclaimed, "Isn't that guy Ningqi?" "Shut up. Quiet." Ding Lai and Fang Mo immediately stopped Fang Bai with voice transmissions. Fang Bai was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. At that moment, many Blue Moon Army and Blue Moon Town teams rushed over. A few soldiers saw Fang Bai looking at the portrait on the wall with a strange expression and immediately walked over. "Hey, do you know that guy?" These soldiers scanned Ding Lai and the others' faces with vigilance. Yes, he was a member of the crippled Earth team. Ding Lai's expression did not change as he said calmly. His eyes revealed a hint of doubt. "If you see him again, you must inform the Blue Moon Army. If you don't report what you know, you will bear the consequences." These soldiers swept a few glances at Ding Lai and the others. Not finding any flaws, they threatened them verbally before rushing out. At that moment, thousands of soldiers had already appeared outside Blue Moon Town and were confronting the giant spirit general and the dragon race. When Hong Jiujin arrived, he looked at the giant spirit general and shouted, "Giant spirit general, what are you doing in Blue Moon Town instead of staying in your orchard?" "Hong Jiujin, you bunch of damned ants. You disregarded our agreement and sent people to my orchard to steal 13 dragon blood fruit. Today, you must hand over the dragon blood fruits and hand over the ants who stole them to me. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of Lord Giello." The giant spirit general's gargantuan body was like a dark cloud covering the sun, blocking out a large portion of the sunlight. A pair of furious eyes glared at Hong Jiujin from the back of the dragon's face. With this roar, the rank 7 and rank 6 dragons behind the giant spirit general roared in unison. For a moment, the dragon roars were like rolling thunder, causing the eaves to tremble. "Giello?" Hong Jiujin's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "Are you afraid?" "Ha ha ha, Lord Giello will come to the orchard to retrieve the dragon blood fruits tomorrow. If he knows that the dragon blood fruits have been stolen by you bunch of filthy ants, I'm afraid that Blue Moon Town will be razed to the ground." The giant spirit general roared. "Giant spirit general, we did not steal your dragon blood fruit. You cannot frame our Blue Moon Town for this matter," Hong Jiujin said coldly. "Who is so bold as to disobey the orders of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion? Didn't they say that we are not allowed to steal the dragon blood fruits of the dragon race to prevent the terrifying war of the century from 100 years ago? There were countless number of deaths and injuries in that big battle. Over 80 of the 108 battle generals from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion died. 7 or 8 of the 36 battle commanders also died and 9 were seriously injured. Among them, the most famous battle commander Aori could have broken through to the Do D class. However, because of that battle, he could only be ranked last among the 108 battle generals. Wait, it seems that only demons from the extraterrestrial demon region like to steal the dragon blood fruits of the dragon race. Could it be extraterrestrial demon region? The various teams looked at each other in shock. That's right, isn't Blue Moon Town searching for the new member of the crippled Earth team? Could it be that this person is a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region? It's very possible. The giant spirit general naturally did not believe Hong Jiujian's words. He let out an extremely furious roar. If you don't admit it, then let's fight. Let's fight! Chapter 443. Chapter 443. Taking advantage of chaos, kill. Kill this group of filthy ants. Foolish lizards and worms, all of you shall remain in Lan Yu Town today. This battle was extremely bloody. The Zhu Ling general and the other members of the dragon race were supported by a flame of fury in their hearts, allowing them to display extraordinary fighting strength. However, the Lan Yu Town side had the advantage in numbers. In an instant, both sides were evenly matched. Ning Qi had originally planned on leaving Lan Yu Town. However, when he saw that the battle outside was extremely chaotic and that even Ding Lai and the others had taken the opportunity to join in, he grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, wiped it on his face, and secretly flew to the head of a rank 6 dragon, killing it with one palm strike. Seeing Ning Qi appear out of nowhere, a few members of the Lan Yu army were stunned. After which, they revealed expressions of admiration and said, "Good job." After praising Ning Qi, they once again flew toward the second dragon. Looks like they won't be able to discover me for a while. Ning Qi laughed softly in his heart. A pleased expression flashed across his eyes as he continued to take advantage of this chaotic battle. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the Zhu Ling general and Hong Jiujian, Ning Qi shifted his target to the rank 7 dragon after killing a few rank 6 dragons. At this moment, a rank 7 dragon was being surrounded and attacked by Ouyang Daihe and a few peak Do Huangs not far from him. The health of this rank 7 dragon continued to decline. From over 1,000,000, it dropped to over 500,000 before dropping to over 200,000. During this process, the few peak Do Huangs had already lost their lives in its mouth. Only Ouyang Daihe was left to bitterly hold on. He was only a 1-star Do Zone. He could only barely fight to a draw against this rank 7 low-grade dragon. It only has 50,000 life points left. Ning Qi took advantage of the opportunity and suddenly flew to the back of the rank 7 dragon and struck it with his palm. After the rank 7 dragon discovered this ant, Ning Qi, a look of disdain appeared in its eyes. It really did not care about the attack of a mere 5-star Do Huang. It focused on dealing with Ouyang Daihe. The 6th layer of the 18 dragons subduing palms had already increased the damage of the dragon slaying Do Qi to a frightening additional 70%. Coupled with the dragon slaying Do Qi's ability to ignore armor, this palm bombarded the rank 7 dragon race's body, causing its body to pause for a moment. Ouyang Daihe was also stunned for a moment, and took the opportunity to punch it. Following that, the scales of the rank 7 dragon fell off one by one. With a loud bam, it exploded into a mist of blood. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully killing the sun-chasing dragon of the lower 7th stage dragon clan. Obtained 300,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully advancing to a 6-star Do Huang. A ray of light enveloped Ning Qi. After a few breaths, the dragon-slaying Do Qi in Ning Qi's body once again rose several times. Compared to before, his aura was even more profound and vigorous. What happened? Ouyang Daihe's face revealed a trace of shock as he stared blankly at his own fist. I killed it with one punch? Although he had discovered Ning Qi and seen Ning Qi advance during the battle, a 6-star Do Huang was not worthy of his attention. He also did not believe that Ning Qi had killed the sun-chasing dragon with one punch. Ning Qi was overjoyed. In a flash, he pounced toward the other rank 7 dragon clan. The feeling of fishing in troubled waters was really great. Time gradually passed. When the giant spirit general realized that only 3 rank 7 dragons were left, he let out a loud roar and pushed Hong Jiujian back. After that, he turned around and fled with the remaining 3 dragons. Stop chasing. Hong Jiujian extended his hand to stop the people who still wanted to give chase. If you meet Gayero, all of you will die in his hands. Seeing this, Ning Qi once again slapped an invisibility talisman on his body and hid in Blue Moon Town. He increasingly felt that the invisibility talisman was too useful. Opposite Tongtian River, Spirit Orchard, a handsome young man with a head full of red hair suddenly appeared beside the towering tree. After his eyes swept over the tree, his expression suddenly became incomparably ugly. Where did the giant spirit general go? Where did the dragon blood fruits go? The red-haired young man angrily roared in a low voice. Suddenly, his sharp eyes looked toward the horizon, just in time to see the giant spirit general flying over with the 3 rank 7 dragons. After a moment, they landed in front of the red-haired young man. The giant spirit general lowered his head, a trace of fear flashing in his dragon eyes. This subordinate greets Lord Gayero. Gayero looked coldly at the giant spirit general. Where is my dragon blood fruits? A terrifying aura swept out from his body and instantly locked onto the giant spirit general and the others. Dragon, the dragon blood fruits were stolen by a filthy ant. The giant spirit general said in horror. The 3 rank 7 dragons were even worse off. Gayero's superior dragon clan aura was too terrifying. One of them couldn't help but pee. The stench instantly filled the air. Gayero suddenly looked at the rank 7 dragon clan member. Lord, the rank 7 dragon clan member who had peed looked at Gayero in horror. He was about to explain when Gayero punched him through the air. Boom! The rank 7 dragon clan member's body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Pieces of dragon flesh fell to the ground, the largest of which was only the size of a human fist. When the giant spirit general and the other 2 rank 7 dragons saw this, they began to tremble in fear. Giant spirit general, continue speaking. Who stole my dragon blood fruits? Gayero looked coldly at the giant spirit general. It's someone from Blue Moon Town. The giant spirit general hurriedly said. Blue Moon Town. Gayero muttered to himself. The next moment, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of the giant spirit general. Sir, are we going? A rank 7 dragon clan member asked blankly. Of course. The giant spirit general growled. Then, they flew towards Blue Moon Town again. Blue Moon Town. The dragon-slaying camp had a total of 9 UG generals. Hong Jiujian was one of them. Above him was a general who was only slightly weaker than the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's general. However, the general of the dragon-slaying camp was now standing respectfully beside a young man. The young man said indifferently, Where's the fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region? Where is he? The general's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Hong Jiujian took the initiative to step forward and cupped his fists. Battle General Tianqi, it's a long story. It's a long story, so let's make it short. Tianqi looked at Hong Jiujian indifferently. Hong Jiujian's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Yes. Then, he briefly explained the situation. After that, he lowered his head, feeling a little nervous. He did not know if Battle General Tianqi would accept his explanation. Who are you? The 3 witnesses disappeared, and the dragon blood fruits that Gayero planted were stolen by the fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region. He will come to Blue Moon Town today or tomorrow. Tianqi looked at Hong Jiujian and said indifferently, That's right. Hong Jiujian nodded respectfully. Chapter 444. Chapter 444. Don't be arrogant, Boom. A dragon tail that was hundreds of feet long descended from the sky and heavily struck Lan Yu Town. A pale blue ripple appeared in the sky above Lan Yu Town, blocking the attack. However, the huge impact still caused the ground of Lan Yu Town to shake violently. Following that, the dragon tail continued to whip the sky above Lan Yu Town. The pale blue ripple seemed to be unable to withstand it and became much thinner. What rank is this dragon at? Look at this power. Don't tell me Giello is here? If it really is Giello, how can our Lan Yu Town defend against him? Everyone in Lan Yu Town raised their heads to look at the sky. They were stunned as they watched the dragon tail strike their heads. If Lan Yu Town did not have the formation that a Doshing had laid down, it was likely that they would have already turned into minced meat. So strong, Ningqi could not help but sigh in his heart as he felt the power of the dragon tail. If he was hit by this dragon tail, even his 400,000 HP would be useless. Giello, don't be arrogant. A ray of light shot into the sky. The next moment, an incomparably huge blade appeared in the sky and slashed at the dragon tail. The dragon tail did not retreat and met the blade. At the moment of collision, the world seemed to have lost all sound and became incomparably silent. Following that, with the dragon tail and the blade as the center, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed, causing everyone to involuntarily squint their eyes. Boom! A wave of air that could be seen with the naked eye spread in all directions. Some people subconsciously raised their hands to block it, forgetting the existence of Lan Yu Town's defensive formation. In the sky, two figures appeared. One of them had red hair and a handsome face. From the looks of it, he seemed to be in his 20s. It's Giello. It's indeed him. This red hair can't escape. There's actually someone in our Lan Yu Town who can exchange one blow with Giello? Who is that? Everyone first looked at Giello in shock, then turned to look at Tianqi. This is the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's 37th Battle General Tianqi? Some people had seen Tianqi before and recognized him at this moment. Amidst the shock, a trace of joy rose in their hearts. With Tianqi Battle General here, at least Galello would not be able to break through Blue Moon Town today. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion's apocalyptic Battle General. No wonder he was able to exchange a blow with Gallo. However, he's ranked 37th, so he shouldn't be a match for Gallo, right? Not necessarily. After all, the Apocalypse Warlord has been famous for a long time. It is said that he is more than 300 years old. Gariello has only become famous in the past 7 or 8 years. Right now, we're talking about strength, not experience. If we really want to talk about experience, who can live longer than the Dragon Clan? An ordinary dragon can live up to 300 years. That's true. At that moment, Hong Jiujian and the other UG generals were waiting with their subordinates, ready to attack Galello at any time. Tianqi, your cultivation seems to have regressed? Galello looked at Tianqi with a sneer on his face. Tianqi smiled and said, I'm getting old. I'm either improving or regressing. I'm not as energetic as you. Why have you come to my Blue Moon Town today? What do you want to do? Galello was so angry that he laughed. You ants stole 13 of my dragon blood fruits and stirred up trouble. Now you ask me what I want to do? If you don't return the dragon blood fruits to me and hand over the ants who stole them, I will burn 1,000 years of my life to raze your Blue Moon Town to the ground. His voice spread throughout the entire Blue Moon Town with the help of his Doqi. Burning 1,000 years of his life. It was unexpected that the other party would be so angry this time. With Galello's strength, his lifespan was only 7,000 to 8,000 years. If he burned 1,000 years of his life, he would probably be able to obtain the strength of a battle sage in a short time. Destroying Blue Moon Town would not be a problem. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Even Ning Qi was considering whether he should escape right now. After all, he was the instigator. It would be a tragedy if the other party found out and dragged him out. Surprise flashed in Tian Qi's eyes as he frowned slightly. Gaelo, your dragon blood fruits were not stolen from my Blue Moon Town. You should know who did it. Coming to my Blue Moon Town is purely to cause trouble. You mean the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region? Gaelo sneered as he looked at Tian Qi. Tian Qi nodded. Only they would steal the dragon blood fruits of your dragon clan. You know that the dragon blood fruits are useless to us. Don't tell me that those demons aren't from your human race? I don't care. If you don't return the 13 dragon blood fruits to me today. Then what? Tian Qi asked coldly. Then I will use the lives of 130,000 ants to repay the debt. Gaelo growled and attacked Tian Qi. The two of them clashed in an instant. The aftermath of the battle was so intense that no one could open their eyes. At this moment, Ding Lai and the others stood in a corner of Blue Moon Town, looking at each other expressionlessly. Did Gaelo just say that the 13 dragon blood fruits are gone? Ding Lai asked calmly. Yes, I heard it too. Fang Mo nodded. That's impossible. We only got 3 dragon blood fruits. Is he trying to extort us? Fang Bai said with a frown. Could it be that someone got there before us? A girl asked suspiciously. Got there before us? Then why are there 3 dragon blood fruits left? Ding Lai was about to shake his head when his expression suddenly changed. Fang Mo also looked at him. The two of them said in unison, Someone was there when we picked the dragon blood fruits. Who could it be? Everyone came to their senses. A trace of horror flashed in their eyes. They felt a lingering fear when they thought that their actions of picking the dragon blood fruits could have been seen by someone. I don't think it's a local expert from the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. Ding Lai said. Senior Brother Ding, you are the strongest person who came to Blue Moon Town this time. None of the peak Emperor fighters at the 3rd stage of life and death came here. Who could have reached the spirit fruit orchard before us? Everyone was confused. They could not figure it out. Those 3, 4, and even 7 or 8-star Do Huangs would not dare to go to the spirit fruit orchard even if they were given 10 times the courage. With their cultivation, going would only be sending them to their death. Wait, there is another guy in Blue Moon Town besides Senior Brother Ding and Fang Mo. Who? Ning Qi. Fang Mo's expression changed when he heard the name. Could it be him? Ding Lai lowered his head and muttered to himself. No matter what, let's escape first. Someone suggested. Yes. Up in the sky, Gaelo and Tian Qi were equally matched. The more they fought, the angrier Gaelo became. Suddenly, he roared and a ball of flame ignited on his body. Wait, I have a clue about that demon. Chapter 445. Chalcedony Cushion, Speak. Gaelo looked at Tian Qi coldly, the flames on his body still burning as if ready to burn his life. It should be him, Tian Qi said. With that, he waved his hand. Fighting energy seeped out of his body and bloomed into a beautiful human face in the air. It was none other than Ning Qi. F***ck. There's no evidence at all. You can't accuse me like this. Ning Qi started running. What? Ning Qi? He stole 13 dragon blood fruits from the spirit garden? How did he do it? A small group of people looked at the face that was condensed from Do Qi in the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. It really is Ning Qi. Ding Lai and the others were about to leave Blue Moon Town when they saw the face in the sky. They looked at each other in shock and quickened their pace. Stop. No one can leave Blue Moon Town without the general's order. A few soldiers stopped Ding Lai and the others. Ding Lai and the others attacked without hesitation. These soldiers were only ordinary 8 or 9-star Do Huang. They were no match for Ding Lai and the others. They were suppressed in an instant. It should be him? So you're not sure? If you know it's him, why don't you capture him and hand him over to me? Garlo said coldly. How could a demon from the outer demon region just stand there and wait for me to capture them? Their movements are extremely mysterious and unpredictable. How about this, you and I will work together to capture him. If we can't find any dragon blood fruits on him, there are still some in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I can make the decision to compensate you with 13 dragon blood fruit. General Tianchi said. You? You're so kind? Garlo sneered. There must be a trap waiting for me. You bunch of ants are just too cunning. Haha, Garlo, are you afraid? It's simple. You and I will capture the demon from the extraterrestrial demon region. You take the dragon blood fruits, and I only want him. If you don't dare, we can continue fighting. Even if you burn 1,000 years of your life, you may not be able to raze Blue Moon Town to the ground. I just need to hold on for a few days and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion will send other generals. Are you sure you can beat us then? Galello pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, All right, deal. At this time, the giant spirit general and the others finally arrived, just in time to see Galello and the Apocalypse Battle General enter Blue Moon Town together. They were shocked. This trip to Blue Moon Town has yielded 10 dragon blood fruits and nearly 100,000 dragon slayer coins. I've even leveled up twice. It's not a wasted trip. There are still 20 days before we leave the Dry Bones Forbidden Area. Let's see if I can earn another 100,000 dragon slayer coins during this time. As Ning Qi fled Blue Moon Town, he thought to himself, now that I have about 210,000 dragon slaying coins, I can purchase all sorts of inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial techniques in the dragon slaying merchant city. There are even a few medial-grade heaven-ranked martial techniques that are only 200,000 dragon slaying coins. However, Ning Qi wanted the 6-pulse divine sword. After all, it was a long-range combat divine technique. However, the 6-pulse divine sword was only slightly weaker than the 18 dragon subduing palms. It was a peak-grade heaven-ranked martial technique and required 3 million dragon slaughtering coins. To Ning Qi, this was a horrifying sum. It was impossible to save up so many dragon slaughtering coins. He could save up 100,000 dragon slaughtering coins, but 3 million? Ning Qi estimated that he wouldn't be able to purchase anything in the dragon-slaying merchant city for a few years to save up this amount of dragon slaughtering coins. It would be better to use the dragon slaughtering coins to increase his strength. As long as his cultivation increased, it would be easier to obtain dragon slaughtering coins in the future. There were 2 ways to increase one's strength. In terms of cultivation, killing monsters and gaining experience was enough. Medicinal pills were not very helpful to him. In terms of martial techniques, he had the 18 dragon subduing palms and the horizon bright moon saber. He also had the dragon elephant prajna art as a cultivation technique and the dragon slaying saber as a weapon. This dragon elephant prajna art seems to have not improved for a long time. Ning Qi made a decision in his heart. He was prepared to buy a medial-grade cultivation training ground for a few days and go into seclusion for a few years to raise the dragon elephant prajna art to the 5th level. At that time, his HP would reach more than 1 million. It could be considered as an indirect increase in his strength. Sitting for a few years was not something an ordinary person could do. Only those old demons of the battle sage level could sit and cultivate for dozens of years. With a goal in mind, Ning Qi began to calculate the time it would take to raise the dragon elephant prajna art from the 4th level to the 5th level. His current proficiency in the dragon elephant prajna art was 4th level 21500/100000. He still needed 78,500 proficiency points. According to the calculation of increasing 1 proficiency point per hour, a day of non-stop cultivation could increase 24 points. More than 700 points a month. More than 8,400 points a year. Ning Qi's face was already a little pale at this point. This would take at least 9 years. Sitting for 9 years. Thinking of this, Ning Qi immediately immersed his mind into the dragon-slaying merchant city. There must be something that can increase the speed of cultivation. Sure enough, after searching for a while, 3 things entered his field of vision. Heaven rank lower grade 9 revolutions golden pill can increase the host's cultivation speed for a short period of time. Price: 200,000 dragon slaughtering coins. A short period of time? The system did not clearly say how long a short period of time was. Furthermore, it required 200,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Ning Qi only hesitated for a moment before eliminating this 9 revolutions golden pill. Earth rank top grade jade marrow mat can increase the speed of cultivation by 2 times. Price: 30,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Effect lasts for 1 year. Heaven rank lower grade jade marrow mat can increase the speed of cultivation by 3 times. Price: 60,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Effect lasts for 1 year. The former required him to buy 4, spending 120,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Then, it could reduce Ning Qi's meditation time to about 4 years. The latter required him to buy 3, spending 180,000 dragon slaughtering coins. His meditation time was reduced to 3 years. Ning Qi thought for a moment and chose the Earth rank top grade jade marrow mat. Purchase intermediate cultivation training field for 5 days. A total of 5,000 dragon slaughtering coins will be collected from the host. The host can enter the training field at any time in a non-combat state. Non-combat state after 1 hour out of combat. Enter now. A light flashed, and Ning Qi was teleported to the intermediate cultivation training field by the system. Ning Qi took out a jade marrow mat from his spatial bag. It was round, about 2 feet in diameter, just enough for a person to sit on. It was 1 centimeter thick. The entire mat looked like a piece of crystal-clear jade. There was a faint, vigorous aura emitting from it. Ning Qi took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Then, he placed the jade marrow mat on the ground and sat on it. He began to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna art. Sure enough, his cultivation speed doubled. He could increase 2 proficiency points in an hour. After Ning Qi entered the training ground, Giello and Apocalypse Battle General happened to fly over his head. Wait. Garlo frowned and stopped. His eyes swept over the place where Ning Qi had just disappeared. What did you find? Tianqi General frowned. I just felt a very strange aura. Forget it, let's search other places. Chapter 446. 4 years of hard work in the intermediate training field. As the days passed, Ning Qi's beard grew by more than half a foot. After a while, he stood up from the jade marrow mat. The mat cracked and turned into powder. 1 year. Ning Qi looked at the powder on the ground and bought a top-grade earth-step jade marrow mat from the dragon-slaying mall. Then, he sat on it again, eyes half closed, and continued to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna art. This place also had 4 seasons. In spring, it was bright and beautiful, with a myriad of colors. In summer, the sun was scorching hot like fire. In autumn, the fragrance of golden osmanthus wafted, and the mountains were covered with red leaves. In winter, snow fluttered, and white snow covered the ground. When the snowflakes fell on Ning Qi, they were evaporated by the battle energy in his body almost instantly. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. The jade marrow mat under his but had shattered again. Another year. 2 years had passed, and his proficiency in the dragon elephant prajna art was more than half. In another 2 years, he would be able to break through. This was the first time Ning Qi had been in seclusion for so long. He felt that the trace of restlessness in his heart had been worn away with the passage of time. At first, he had to get up and stretch after meditating for a month. But now, he could stay still for half a year. Ning Qi stood in the stone pavilion, looking into the distance. He stood there quietly for 10 minutes, then bought another jade marrow mat from the dragon-slaying mall. In the outside world, Jielo and Tianqi had been searching for Ning Qi. Naturally, they couldn't find Ning Qi, but they caught a few demons from the extraterrestrial demon region. These unlucky guys were searched by Jielo several times, but he couldn't find the dragon blood fruit. Then, Tianqi sent them to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. As a result, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion sent out a few more generals to search for the demons. If Tianqi hadn't promised to give the dragon blood fruit to Jielo in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion if he couldn't find the dragon blood fruit in a month, Jielo would have fallen out with him. The ancient desolate land. This was once the battlefield between the human clan and the dragon clan. Many experts of the human clan and the peak experts of the dragon clan had fallen here. Hence, not only had many demonic beasts gathered here, but many bandits from the human race had also gathered here. They were searching for the dough weapons and medicinal pills left behind by their predecessors. These bandits were not ordinary people. There was no lack of Dou Xings and Dou D class experts among them. Finally, they formed a special faction. Normally, they would have their own camp. However, they would gather together to deal with outsiders. Even the Heaven and Earth Pavilion only sent a few warriors to guard this place symbolically. They would not interfere too much with the ancient, desolate land. After all, they still hoped that these bandits could be the Dragon Tribe's first line of defense during the war with the Dragon Tribe. As long as they catch us, they will discover our true identities in no time. Why don't we find a place to hide? When the time is right, we will return to the Cloud Rising sect. This time around, we have obtained quite a number of ancient dough weapons and ancient medicinal pills. We even found a set of Earth-rank Qi method in the tomb yesterday. This trip to the Withered Bones Forbidden Area was not in vain. Senior sister, they have been searching more and more diligently recently. A young man looked at Li Mengqi and whispered. Around him were 4 or 5 people of similar age and cultivation. They obviously had the same idea as the young man. Seeing this, Li Mengqi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Zhuojun's words make sense. 300 miles from here is the territory of the Yellow Mountain Bandit. The scouts from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion would not dare to be too brazen there. We can choose to go to the Yellow Mountain Bandits and wait for the time to return. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. Following the sound of the system's notification, Ning Qi felt a surging life force in his body. He then looked at his attributes and saw that his life force was continuously rising. In the end, it rose all the way to 141,3450 before it stopped. 1 million life points. This level of life points is already higher than an ordinary rank 7 dragon. Among the human race, even a Dozong does not have such high life points. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. He was very satisfied with the result of this retreat. However, he looked at the proficiency of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. The 6th level required a total of 1 million points. It was 10 times higher than the 5th level. Even if he used a top-grade Earth-rank Jade Essence as a cushion, he would have to meditate for a full 50 years. There are some items in the Dragon Slaying Mall that are more expensive than the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. They can increase the speed of training. Looks like I need to earn more Dragon Slayer coins if I want to reach the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art in the future. Thinking of this, Ning Qi used the Devouring Dragon Fire to tidy up the excess hair on his body and left the intermediate training ground. Only a little more than 4 days had passed in the outside world. Hey! Who are you? He suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could he be a demon from the Heavenly Devil region? Very likely. The 4 one-star Dozongs stared at Ning Qi, who appeared beside their bonfire in shock. When they suspected that Ning Qi was a demon, their auras instantly erupted and locked onto Ning Qi. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a bitter smile. He said to the four, "You guys have nothing better to do. Do you have nothing better to do? Take him down." 4 different colored martial arts techniques responded to Ning Chi. Boom! Ning Chi was directly blasted through the air, heavily landing on the ground. Just when they were confident that Ning Chi was heavily injured and were about to rush over to capture him, Ning Chi suddenly leaped up from the ground and summoned Little Violet. Little Violet transformed into a beam of purple light and flew into the distance. How is this possible? If I didn't see wrongly, he is only a 6-star Do Huang, right? He can actually endure a strike from the 4 of us and can still move. From the looks of it, he is definitely a demon from the heavenly devil region. Chase. The 4 1-star Do Zongs directly chased after Ning Chi. Their speed was also very fast, but Little Violet's speed was even faster. Although Little Violet's cultivation was much weaker compared to these 4, in terms of speed, it wouldn't lose out to them. Hence, the 2 of them chased while fleeing. Unknowingly, they had already entered the ancient, desolate land. During this period of time, Ning Chi checked the attributes of the 4 and discovered that they were actually 4 brothers. Also, there was a majestic nickname in front of their names. They were the Sky Ghost, Earth Ghost, Mystic Ghost, and Yellow Ghost of the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault. "You 4 old ghosts, can you stop chasing? Chase, chase, chase. Can you guys catch up to me?" Ning Chi sat behind Little Violet as he shouted at the 4 of them. The one with the most violent temper, Yellow Ghost, was so angry that he screamed, "Brat, don't get caught by me, your grandpa, or I will skin you alive." "Fourth brother, lower your voice. We are now in the ancient desolate land, don't attract the attention of the bandits nearby." Chapter 447. Chapter 447. Ancient Dragon Domain. Yellow Ghost shut his mouth after being scolded by Sky Ghost. He stared intently at Ning Chi, and his flying speed seemed to have increased a little. "I can't go on like this. The Jade Scroll seems to say that the ancient desolate land is also very dangerous. There are all kinds of bandits, and the strongest among them are Do-D-level monsters." At that thought, Ning Chi glanced at his Dragon Slayer coins balance. 95,000. "Haha, you old fellows, just you wait." The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled into a cold smile as he rummaged through the dragon slaying store and found an item. Silver Dragon Cannon, 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Purchase. With a ding, Ning Chi's Dragon Slayer coins were deducted by 50,000. What's that? The 4 old ghosts looked at the silver tubular object in Ning Chi's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. The next moment, a silver cannonball suddenly shot toward them from the object. It was extremely fast, and Sky Ghost, who was flying at the front, could not react in time and was sent flying thousands of feet away by the silver dragon cannon. "Big brother!" The remaining 3 ghosts were shocked and turned to fly toward Sky Ghost. At this moment, Sky Ghost's clothes had already been blasted to pieces, and he was vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. If not for the Do Chi in his body subconsciously forming a protective shield to protect his vitals, it was likely that he would have been a corpse by now. So powerful. Sky Ghost watched Ning Chi's back disappear from his sight and involuntarily let out a sigh. Ning Chi was indeed worthy of being a demon from the outer demon region. A mere 6-star Do Huang actually possessed such a trump card. Just what was that thing? "Big brother, are you alright?" Yellow Ghost looked at Sky Ghost with a nervous expression. Sky Ghost shook his head. "I won't die yet. Should we continue chasing?" Earth Ghost asked in a low voice. "Not for now. The thing in his hand is too powerful." Sky Ghost said. "Wait, I know why this person looks so familiar." Man Ghost suddenly shouted. "He is the demon that Tianqi General and Giello are looking for." "Seems like it." Earth Ghost thought for a moment, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Then let's send news of him to Tianqi General. We can also obtain a handsome reward." If I'm lucky, I might even be able to enter the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Yellow Ghost said excitedly. Yes, let's do that. Sky Ghost nodded. Then, the 4 ghosts turned around and flew in the direction of Blue Moon Town. Ning Chi's lips curled up slightly when he saw that the 4 old men weren't chasing after him. If they had known that the Silver Dragon Cannon had a cooldown period of 24 hours, the outcome would have been completely different. After taking a few glances at the Silver Dragon Cannon, Ning Chi carefully stored it into his spatial bag. For a long period of time, this Silver Dragon Cannon would be his trump card. If he used it well, he would be able to kill any dozong below 3 stars. Come, eat more. Ning Chi smiled and grabbed a handful of low-grade profound stage spirit cultivation pills to feed Little Z. Little Purple turned its head and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, its eyes were filled with surprise and it excitedly called out to Ning Chi a few times. Ning Chi laughed and said, "You also know that this is a good thing, right? Your meals will be upgraded in the future." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Z called out happily. After flying for a while and making sure that the 4 ghosts weren't chasing after him, Ning Chi recalled Little Z back into the demon pet space. There were many bandits in the ancient desolate land, and flying in the sky was too eye-catching. Landing on the ground, Ning Chi observed the surrounding environment. There were fewer trees here, and most of it was yellow soil. There was only one big tree every few hundred feet. At a glance, everything within a few hundred feet was clear. According to the description in the Jade Slip, the resources in the ancient desolate land were much higher than Blue Moon Town, but the degree of danger was also higher. Ning Chi was interested in the bandits here. It was said that the bandits here were all extremely rich. Ning Chi planned to make a deal with them and earn a sum of money in the final moment. Little Six has inherited ancient memories. I wonder if it knows anything about the ancient desolate forbidden land? Ning Chi suddenly thought of this and immediately released Little Six from the demon pet space. Ayaya, I'm suffocating. Boss, can you not lock me in there for so long in the future? As soon as Little Six came out, it complained to Ning Chi. Ning Chi didn't say anything. He just grabbed a handful of low-grade profound rank spirit nurturing pills and threw it to the left. Little Six immediately flew over and swallowed it. Then, Ning Chi threw it to the right. After throwing it dozens of times, Little Six was like a well-behaved puppy, flying around. Finally, seeing that Ning Chi didn't throw the spirit-nurturing pills anymore, it flew in front of Ning Chi and opened its mouth. Enough nonsense, right? Ning Chi looked at it and smiled faintly. He had spent 100,000 dragon-slaying coins on this guy. In the end, other than complaining and closing its mouth in disdain, it had no fighting strength at all. Ning Chi was very unhappy with it. Quick, give me a few more. They taste good. Little Six said expectantly. If you want to eat it, you have to do something for me. Ning Chi smiled. Do something? I'm not good at fighting. Why don't I dance for you? After Little Six finished speaking, its body was instantly shrouded in mist, and it twisted its slender body in front of Ning Chi. Who wants to see you dance? Look at this place, is it familiar? Ning Chi rolled his eyes at it and said, This place. Little Six looked left and right, then closed its eyes again. Suddenly, it said in surprise, This aura, it's so familiar. Where is this? 100,000 years ago? 200,000 years ago? This place is called the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. It's said to be a corner of the Dragon Continent that was broken in ancient times. Ning Chi said. No wonder. Little Six came to a sudden realization. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and his expression became serious. Without Ning Chi's instructions, he flew up into the sky. Not long after, his figure disappeared from Ning Chi's sight. After about 10 minutes, Little Six flew down again. It said to Ning Chi with a serious face, I know where this place is. Ning Chi asked curiously, You know? Where is this place? 1,000,000 years ago, this place had another name. The ancient dragon domain. Little Six said solemnly. Ancient dragon domain? That sounds like a big deal. The curiosity in Ning Chi's eyes deepened. When can you leave here? Little Six said. What's wrong? Ning Chi's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Tell me everything at once, don't hesitate. In ancient times, my heavenly dragon clan once sealed a disobedient little guy here. It has now sensed my arrival. Although it can't break free from the seal, we should leave this place as soon as possible. I'm still in my infancy, I'm no match for it. Little Six said in a low voice. As soon as it finished speaking, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. Yes, it was an eye and nothing else. The eye stared straight at Ning Chi and Little Six, and disappeared after a breath's time. Ning Chi was dumbfounded. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.